Welcome to APEC. It's June 10th, and I'm your moderator, Tim Ventura. First, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us on this call, along with everyone watching us on YouTube. In today's session, Dr. Michael G. Anderson will discuss the WARP reactor concept. David Perez will describe new experiments with the Variable Electromagnetic Drive. And Gary Stephenson will provide a detailed update on the science, tech, and policy in the ongoing UAP investigation. After that, our lab partners will provide updates on the latest research and experimental headlines. Our media partners will provide news and headlines on their top stories, and we'll be finishing off the event with a panel discussion of today's topics. So, a couple of quick updates before we begin. We have a lot of changes, and there are many, many things going on. As many of you know, we closed APEC after a 2-year conference series in January 2023. We brought it back by popular demand. People have been asking us, and there is so much going on that we just had to start doing these again. We do have a few changes, though. We are trying to do webinars through StreamYard every month and open discussion through Zoom 2 weeks after each webinar. This lets us keep the presentations free of distractions and gives our open discussion sessions the flexibility to focus on a wider variety of topics. APEC is open, it's inclusive, and for over 2 years, we have been the community center for warp drive, gravity control, and UAP, UFO, reverse engineering physics. The bleeding edge lives here. So if you're watching us today and you still haven't registered for the conference, visit altpropulsion.com now and register. Today's event uses StreamYard. We're broadcasting through the Alt Propulsion YouTube channel. You can ask questions using the live chat feature on the right-hand side of the YouTube page. We will ask them to our presenters depending on time constraints. You can always view conference replays, details, and speaker info on our website, again, altpropulsion.com. I also want to encourage you to check out our media partners. These are conference supporters helping us promote APEC. They cover many of the same topics that we do on their channels. After the lab updates, I'm going to invite our media partners on to talk about their latest stories. Again, there is so much going on in this community. It's amazing right now. So please check out the media partners on our website and our lab partners. And these have been with us since the beginning. APEC has always represented a mixture of theory and design along with hands-on experimentation and engineering. We are now listing our lab partners on the Alt Propulsion website, and after our presentations, we'll be doing brief updates from them on their latest progress. And our lab partners are going to have a much larger role in the open mic session coming up in 2 weeks. So without any further ado, I want to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Michael G. Anderson, the lead pulsed power scientist at Lawrence Livermore National Labs, who will be discussing his design for a warp reactor concept. Wonderful. Michael, can you hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Let me add, I believe it's called slide 1. Let me add this to the stream.
Okay.
And you should be able to scroll through that.
All right. Well, thank you, Tim, and the APEC members for giving me this opportunity to present at this year's webinar, and your space-time igniting introduction. So let's go ahead and go. And greetings, everyone. I'm going to turn off my cam just because of bandwidth concerns.
Okay, and I'll remove mine as well, and
okay.
we'll start rolling now.
All right. So on behalf of my team, I would like to thank you for attending our WARP reactor concept presentation. Also, please be advised that a version of this talk and companion paper are scheduled to be presented at the 2023 IEEE Pulse Power Conference later this month, and respective longer journal articles were submitted to the preprint online physics archive and physical review accelerator and beams, along with the version I've uploaded here just for completeness. Full disclaimer, all errors and conjectures are mine and mine alone. Please do not hold my esteemed colleagues accountable for my mistakes and outrageous claims. So our agenda will be as follows. I will initially introduce my Team WARP colleagues, then provide our motivation and novelty of the WARP reactor, along with its strategic importance. I will then go over relevant warp physics, pulse power technology, and overall reactor concept. We will then review the warp machine metrics and operation scenarios, followed by modeling and simulation results for target parameters, and finally conclude with a summary and question Q&A session if space-time permits. So presently, Team WARP consists of 6 primary individuals with over 100 years of combined education and professional experience in pulse power plasma and accelerator physics R&D. From field reverse configurations and charged particle beams for driving controlled thermonuclear fusion to lightning EMP simulators, directed energy weapons, and next generation accelerator technology for flash X-ray and neutron radiography, dynamic object interrogation techniques, and combined magnetic and inertial fusion devices. I am the principal investigator with expertise in the pulse power-based accelerator and plasma physics. Dr. William Steigar is our resident distinguished scientist with expertise in pulse power modeling and simulation. Dr. Anthony Link leads our multi-physics modeling and simulation group. Mr. James Kurt Walters leads our pulse power design and engineering team. Mr. Enrique Anaya is our lead controls and diagnostics technician. And last but not least, Mr. Donald Max is our pulse power assembly and operations technician. So the warp reactor concept promises orders of magnitude increase of intense ion beam energies and respective radiation yields at a fraction of the size and cost over existing Z-pinch class accelerators, allowing the economically viable study of new relativistic high energy density, or RED, physics regimes for probing the intersection between general relativity and quantum field theory. For instance, warp, Unruh, and Casimir effects, along with game-changing direct applications from rep-rated magnetized linear inertial fusion, or MagLIF, devices for energy production and advanced propulsion, to multi-pulse compact flash X-ray and neutron radiography sources for assessing our nation's aging nuclear weapons stockpile. Of particular interest to this conference may be my following conjectures on how we may be able to enhance space-time curvature coupling via 1, the multi-layer red plasma and charged particle ring confinement of terahertz radiation to create plasma ring metamaterial effects. 2, azimuthal acceleration beyond Unruh threshold of the red plasma and charged particle rings to generate Leidenfrost-like vortex layers, which create space-time phase transition. And 3, implosion beyond the Casimir threshold of the red plasma and charged particle rings to generate internal negative energy densities, which also provides additional confinement mechanism to the generated 5,000 or more Tesla magnetic fields in order to prevent plasma ring metamaterial rapid disassembly. WARP achieves this dramatic performance boost by using a novel warp core which injects 2 tubular ion beams from opposite ends of a double-barreled dense plasma focus, or DPF, head through magnetic cusps to form co-rotating ion rings which merge near the midplane of the device and are subsequently radially compressed and azimuthally accelerated up to 1,000 times the initial ion beam energies during the properly timed DPF plasma liner implosion. 2 DPF and ion ring Marx generators, or IRMGs, heads with embedded reflex triodes are implemented to dramatically reduce the size and cost of the drivers and increase ion ring capture efficiency, along with the added benefits of favorable magnetic field line curvature throughout the implosion process due to the higher velocity, shear stabilized pinch flows near each gun muzzle, and greater tuning capability for properly timing the implosion and ion beam generation, injection, compression of the two colliding, subsequently merged ion rings onto a solid or high energy density plasma target. WARP directly aligns with the DOE and the NNSA missions and core competencies as an economically viable and climate-friendly rep-rated mag-lift device for nuclear fusion energy production, as well as a multi-pulse compact flash X-ray neutron source for assessing our aging nuclear weapon stockpile. In addition to developing the next generation pulse power architectures, this strategic initiative will help to benchmark present high performance computing, simulation, and data science with respect to more disruptive and imaginative ultra-intense plasma beam configurations. Finally, WARP's success would fortify LL&L's place at the forefront of the subsequent relativistic high energy density physics revolution and aka space-time metric engineering. The physics behind the charged particle ring radial compression and azimuthal acceleration in the warp core is as follows. DPF plasma liner driven magnetic flux compression creates a magnetic wave which causes charged particle rings to radially compress via the Lorentz force, and due to the conservation of canonical angular momentum and adiabatic flux conservation condition, the charged particle ring azimuthal velocities scale as the initial ring radius to the final radius for a gamma equal to 1. And therefore, the final charged particle ring energy scales as the initial ring energy times the square of the initial ring radius to the final ring radius, or as the initial ring energy times the ratio of the final to initial magnetic field amplitudes. For relativistic charged particle motion in pulsed magnetic fields, gamma varies due to the curl of the electric field, which is equal to the change in the magnetic field with time. The principal formulas used in the WARP reactor conceptual models and simulations are provided here for quick reference, which are the standard plasma physics equations for the number of fusion-generated neutrons, plasma to magnetic pressure, total fusion energy, plasma energy, Bremsstrahlung and synchrotron radiation, scientific and engineering gains, fusion energy for sale, magnetic reconnection, timescales, and plasma and particle beam propagation modes. In addition to the standard relativistic formulas, we also introduce a modified Einstein field equation with a naive quantum gravity addition that may be accessible by the WARP reactor for verification or invalidation of the theory, along with figures of merit such as spacetime curvature, gravitational potential, and frame dragging effects. G mu nu is the Einstein curvature tensor, and T mu nu is the energy momentum tensor. 8 pi g divided by c to the fourth is the energy momentum to curvature coupling constant in vacuum and without quantum gravity effects. S captures the Sarfati plasma metamaterial effects. A captures the Anderson-Unruh-Casimir threshold effects. And according to Sutherland, T hat is the energy momentum operator. Psi and psi star are the initial and final conjugate wave functions, respectively. And the bracket of F and I are the final and initial boundary conditions. With respect to the figures of merit, M is the ring mass, R is the ring radius, I is the ring moment of inertia, and the small omega is the ring angular velocity. And I apologize, there looks like there's some mess up here, but I can send a PDF that has the corrected values here. It's also in the paper. The WARP reactor utilizes tried and true Shiva star-like Tempest Marx modules to drive its dual dense plasma focus head and state-of-the-art impedance-matched Marx generators, or linear transformer drivers for rapid rate rep rate operations to drive the dual charge particle beam ring reflex triodes. Shown here is a side view of the full-scale warp reactor, which is about 60 feet long and about 30 feet in diameter. Shown here is an end-on view of the warp reactor, showing the azimuthally symmetric Tempest modules with flexible high-voltage coaxial cables connections to the central core. Shown here is a cross-sectional view of the warp reactor, which consists primarily of 40 Tempest modules and 2 ion ring March generators and a central warp core, which I will go into more detail in the following slides. 40 Tempest March modules drive the dual DPF heads. Each module is a more robust version of the Shiva Star design with an upgraded 1.2 mega amp rail gap switch, a seismically rated welded frame capacitor assembly, along with a modified high voltage output header for the flexible high current coaxial cable connections. Each Tempest module is primarily comprised of 4 Super Duty rail gap switches, aluminum parallel plate transmission lines, and 24 high energy density capacitors with a total energy stored per module of 260 kilojoules, and therefore for total of 40 module Tempest system of greater than 10 megajoules, capable of delivering 60 megaamps to the dense plasma focus loads. 2 ion ring March generators drive the dual reflex triodes heads. For single pulse operation, each IRMG is a 30-stage impedance match March generator, or IMG, on steroids, or a linear transformer driver, an LTD, for rapid rep rate operation. The IMG version consists primarily of 30 segmented coaxial return spools, a continuous tapered inner high voltage stock, corona toroid, and 40 bricks per stage, with each brick being comprised of 2 capacitors and a high performance spark gap switch. Each IRMG is capable of producing a megavolt, a mega amp, and a 100 nanosecond pulse to the reflex triode, with a total energy storage for the 2 IRMG system of 2 megajoules. Depicted here is a cross-sectional view of the novel warp core. It's roughly a meter long, end to end, and roughly a half a meter in diameter. The relatively large red, white, and blue squares situated around the grounded vacuum chamber represent the B insulation, the B seed, and the B cusp pulse magnets, whereas the small blue squares next to the magnets and internal light blue rectangles are the annular DPF and IRMG puff valves, respectively. The Tempest modules attached to the warp core at the DPF collection plate on the left and right end of the device, whereas the ion ring March generators connect to the 2 back ends of the dual reflex triodes through the IRMG post-hole convolutes. Finally, the primary warp core and most novel central components consist of the coaxial dual DPF and IRMG heads with embedded reflex triodes. This table, the upper and lower tables, show the major pulse power parameters and DPF plasma liner and ion beam ring metrics, along with order of magnitude comparisons with one of the largest ion beam accelerators in recent times, PBFA2. The Warp X prototype is a 1/10 scale version of the full-scale reactor, which can deliver up to 5 megaamps in less than 3 microseconds into a DPF plasma liner, whereas the 4-stage prototype version of the ion ring March generators can generate initial ion beam energies and currents of up to 400 kV and 200 kiloamps respectively. The bottom table provides a comparison of plasma liner, beam, and ion ring parameters between PBFA2 and Z and the warp devices, with the 60 megaamp warp reactor machine showing orders of magnitude increase in ion beam energy at the GeV level and currents at the 20 megaamp level at implosion stagnation with a 25% acceleration efficiency. Shown here are cross sections of the warp core at different phases during operations. Phase 1 begins with the creation of the B insulation, B seed, and B cusp magnetic fields to ensure full B field diffusion through the metal structures, along with gas injection via the DPF and IRMG annular puff valves, and subsequent firing of the Tempest modules to initiate dual DPF plasmoid generation, liftoff, and rundown. Phase 2 occurs as the two DPFs begin their run-in sequence and the IRMGs are fired to produce the dual tubular ion beams. Phase 3 is when the DPF's return currents have merged and the dual axially directed ion beams have passed through their respective B cusp fields to begin co-rotating and merged ion rings in the embedded B seed field. Phase 4 is the DPF plasma liner implosion sequence, which provides the necessary flux compression and subsequent ion ring pinch and azimuthal acceleration. And finally, phase 5 is the implosion stagnation phase and relativistic high energy density ring and target interaction sequence for fusion energy production, advanced propulsion, superflash X-ray neutron generation, and accessing the new red physics regimes. So here, I don't think it's probably going to play. Nope. We could probably jump out, or let's see if I can pull the movie in. It won't let me, Tim. So thanks, Tim. We can go back to the presentation. Sorry that didn't work out as well as I thought it would, but anyway. So next up, we have to help benchmark our warp reactor's plasma liner implosion simulations. We compared them to the semi-analytical model for magnetized liner inertial fusion outlined by Dr. McBride at the University of Michigan and Dr. Slutz from Sandia, which can be used to reproduce the general 1D behavior of the mag-lift machines. This model accounts for several key aspects of mag-lift, including the preheat of the fuel, pulse power driven liner implosion, liner compressibility with an analytical equation of state, viscosity, internal magnetic pressure, ohmic heating, adiabatic compression and heating of the fuel, radiative losses and fuel opacities, magnetic flux compression with thermoelectric losses, magnetized electron and ion thermal conduction losses, end losses, enhanced losses due to containment or contaminant mixes, deuterium-deuterium and deuterium-tritium primary fusion reactions for different fuel ratios, and finally magnetized alpha particle fuel heating. Furthermore, in order to facilitate the comparisons between our multi-physics simulations and semi-analytical models, we have created a simplified version of the mag-lift model in Mathematica for quickly optimizing warp reactor performance. In addition to the multi-physics models and simulations, we of course have 3D CAD engineering models with associated finite element analysis for electrical and mechanical stresses, along with circuit models and simulations for the Tempest system, the IRMGs, both the single pulse IMG and the rep-rated LTD varieties, and warp core dynamic loads. Due to resource and computational constraints, this simulation was performed for a mini warp core in the Chicago particle and cell code in hybrid kinetic mode, where the electrons are treated as inertialess fluid using MHD equations for the electron response, while the ions are treated as kinetic particles. The top right figure is a graph of the RB theta, or radially enclosed current, whereas the bottom right image is a graph of the respective plasma density at a specific time, and both as functions of radial and axial positions in centimeters. The left figure, again, is a movie, which I'll have Tim, if you can, pull the warp simulation into view. Of the dual DPF plasma generation, rundown, interaction, and eventual implosion phase. And that's it. So we can go back to the presentation, Tim. Thank you. So this table is meant to capture the magnetic reconnection occurs on sub-microsecond timescales with respect to the dense plasma focus plasmoids characteristics as they propagate through their respective B-cusp field regions, and just over a microsecond timescale for the plasmoids to collide with one another at the midplane of the warp core. This slide shows the various DPF and ion beam propagation mechanisms. The top left figure is the propagation criteria for collective mode, while the bottom left figure captures the dense plasma focus diamagnetic drift mode for this particular parameter regime. The middle table shows the ion beam propagates in the collective mode unless the polarization electric field is shorted by background electrons. Finally, the right table displays the reflex triode and initial ion beam parameters along with final compression and accelerations. Of particular interest for accessing the new red regime and space-time metric engineering, the electron ring mode of operation may be capable of reaching final compression radius and accelerations of sub-micron scale and greater than 10 to the 23 meters per second squared. The left table on this slide captures the major ion ring compression and acceleration metrics, while the right side displays the overall fusion and radiation parameters. Of particular note is the final ion ring major radius at final implosion stagnation reaches the millimeter scale, and at GeV level as mutual energies for all protons, deuterons, and tritons. With respect to the fusion and radiation parameters, the peak X-ray and DT fusion neutron yield reach 3.5 megajoules and 6.6 10 to the 18 neutrons per pulse, respectively, with an overall scientific gain of greater than 19. In addition to the fusion energy and X-ray neutron radiation applications, the warp reactor is also primed for accessing new relativistic high energy density regimes. The 60 megaamp DPF plasma liner with embedded GeV level ion rings appear capable of reaching thousands of Tesla and subsequently multi-terapascal pressures. Those are the pressures that are found deep inside Jupiter. Due to the dramatic compression and acceleration of the charged particle rings, the plasma liner target interactions may even begin to generate significant plasma metamaterial, Unruh, and dynamic Casimir effects, not to mention copious amounts of synchrotron radiation from electron ring modes of operations. Furthermore, once the charged particle rings become relativistic during the final moments of the implosion phase, the decrease in ring radius saturates as the relativistic mass increases. In other words, flux compression shifts from ring velocity to ring mass, or enhanced space-time coupling. Finally, the warp reactor may also provide a means for accessing the quantum gravity domain for verification or invalidation of various proposed theories by probing for any space-time curvature or frame dragging effects. Of particular interest to this conference is that WARP may be capable of reaching S and A fields of greater than 10 to the 31, and therefore significant space-time curvature and frame dragging effects. The plasma frequencies can be greater than 10 to the 15 radians per second. Plasma relative permittivities of 10 to the 16 or greater, and energy momentum of greater than 10 to the 17. So in conclusion, we envision the warp reactor as a more compact, modular, and economically viable magneto-inertial fusion device for energy production, advanced propulsion, and/or super radiant flash X-ray neutron source for dynamic radiographic applications, along with providing access to the new relativistic high energy density physics regimes. The warp device would fulfill the immediate need for an intermediate level machine for Z-pinch, beam, and pulse power flow studies, along with added benefit of recruiting the next generation of red plasma and accelerator scientists and engineers and technicians. Finally, WARP would be an ideal platform for prototyping novel pulse power architectures for continuous rep rate nuclear fusion and radiographic movie operations, thereby enabling us to continue our collaborations across the DOE and DoD complexes, along with forging new private industry partners through our CRADA and strategic partnership programs. Below is a list of present and possible future collaborators, and if you're at all interested, please reach out because there's much to be done. To reiterate, my conjectures of the enhanced space-time curvature coupling mechanism, we have one, the multi-layer red plasma and charged particle rings confine terahertz radiation to create plasma ring metamaterial effects via the Sarfati scalar field. And number two, azimuthal acceleration beyond the Unruh threshold of the red plasma and charged particle rings generate Leidenfrost-like vortex layers, which create space-time phase transition. And three, implosion beyond the Casimir threshold of the red plasma and charged particle rings generate internal negative energy density, which also provides additional confinement mechanism to the greater than 5,000 Tesla magnetic fields in order to prevent plasma ring metamaterial rapid disassembly via the Anderson scalar field. Finally, I leave you with the following Gedanken experiment I call a twisted compression of the Ehrenfest paradox. Imagine you are one of a multitude of elementary charged particles which make up a rotating high energy density charged current neutralized particle ring embedded within an axial seed magnetic field that is radially compressed towards zero radius and azimuthally accelerated to ultra relativistic velocity during sufficient flux compression. According to you and a nearby inertial observer, what happens to the local space-time surrounding said ring vortex at the end of the implosion phase? So thank you again for your attendance and attention. Also, a plethora of references can be found at the end of this slide package. And I can open it up now. Looks like we have time for any questions, of course, that I can answer in this forum. Thank you.
Okay, Michael, it's Tim again, and let me see. And again, let me apologize. I'm still getting used to this software. Although I really love StreamYard, to be honest. The more I use this, the more I like it. And if so, do you think you could turn your camera back on? I was going to ask about that.
Sure.
Wonderful presentation. So normally we clap. Let me try and bring folks in here. We have. Let me see. We have. I'll add Mark to the stream. I will add. If it's okay, let me add Gary. I will add David, and I'll add Jared, and then I will let me remove the slideshow. Okay, so everybody, I guess let's give clap for Dr. Michael G. Anderson. And again, please forgive me. I'm still getting used to all these new controls. Do you guys have any questions? I think that everybody is muted out, but you guys can unmute yourselves if you have questions, and I can take them from chat also. I'm monitoring. So here's the private chat. Gary, I think you had a question.
Right. Yeah. I was wondering, given you're entering a relativistic regime and you presented Einstein's general field equations, whether you'd considered this device as a possible high-frequency gravitational wave generator or source of gravitational waves.
Yes, that is a definite possibility. Since things are moving at relativistic speed and in a circular fashion, we definitely would be producing gravitational waves.
I thought so, probably, yeah, because you need a quadrupole moment and the third derivative of a quadrupole moment. It looks like you're going to be generating one. So it'll be very interesting to monitor that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you.
Wonderful. And Gary, thank you. So let me go into, I'm in the chat here. So let me see. Gantic had a question. He'd wondered if there have been many calculations on the stress tolerances on parts that would go into this.
Yes, there have been, and that's through the finite element analysis, and those stresses are mainly the magnetic stresses and the current stresses that are on the actual magnetic field coils and the vacuum chamber themselves, along with the dense plasma focus heads. They receive a significant impulse during this operation. I should caveat all this that we've been running dense plasma focus experiments for the last 6 or 7 years here at Lawrence Livermore National Lab in the 4 megaamp up to the 4 megaamp regime, and that plasma is traveling fast enough and it pinches with enough force that it does punch dents inside the copper plates at the back end. So those are things that need to be taken into account for sure.
Okay. Let me see. A person named the Killers had wondered what kind of gas you use with the ion density beam.
So we would be using deuterium and tritium type gases, but there's also the option to use even heavier elements. But initially, it would be a deuterium beam.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just jumping around here, and the chat keeps moving up. So the questions, like as I read them, they're leaving. So Robert Lawson had asked if there's a smaller scale version that you guys could build to demonstrate any of these principles.
Absolutely, yeah. There's definitely smaller scale experiments that we're actually doing now, which we call both the mini and the micro DPF versions. Just to ensure that we haven't missed anything. So that's a good point. We are doing prototypes of smaller devices also.
Okay. And let me see. It looks like so we have Chance Glenn, Dr. Chance Glenn, as well as Greg Hodgen in our audience, which is really exciting. They're from the ZC Institute. Chance was asking how we're overcoming the negative energy density requirements as suggested by Alcubierre.
Yeah, so that is taken into account in the electron ring mode of operation, where we can use the 5,000 or greater Tesla magnetic fields on a relativistic electron ring, and compress that down below the submicron scale to get a dynamic Casimir effect. And so an internal negative energy density within that tubular type annular ring.
Okay. Let me see. And I'm trying to go through here. Charlotte Livingston had wondered about timing issues in this complicated pulse power device.
Yeah, the timing issues aren't so dramatic as they are in let's say the NIF machine of the laser type ICF type devices. Here things are happening on relatively long time scales for the types of switches and controls that we're using. And when I say relatively long time scales, I'm talking about nanosecond time scales rather than picosecond or femtosecond like NIF.
Okay. And let me see. Memes of Destruction had asked
Yeah.
simply, how do we avoid blowing ourselves up? Yeah.
uh, don't build a device much larger than the one that I'm proposing.
Well, it is interesting, right? That's one of the challenges with power devices like this is like
Yeah,
stabilizing and when, as you increase those energy densities.
right.
I would just think about like Teslas, right, where they catch fire on the road and those
Yeah.
batteries just burn and burn and burn. So,
Yeah, so there's definitely other types of concepts that, instead of just producing, in the 10 megajoule range of fusion energy production, they're talking about gigajoules, which every time you fire that type of device, the load section has to be replaced. So here we're hoping that we can build it strong enough and that we can actually have a rep rate type device.
okay. Well, again, Mark or David, Jared, Gary, if you guys want to jump in with questions, go for it.
Oh, yeah, I had a question. Would this be useful for space propulsion?
Yes, absolutely. If we can start to modify the space-time metric using this type of device, um, it's definitely in the advanced or alt propulsion scenario. But you could also just use it as a fusion rocket.
Right. Also, how big do you envision the warp field being? Because if the field is inside the device, then you might have shear and problems like that.
Yeah, well, when we come up with the actual good theory, quantum gravity theory, then I can answer that question. So initially, we need to do the experiment and see, do we see any kind of space-time curvature or frame dragging effects to begin with?
Yeah. So, Memes of Destruction had said it sounds like it's mostly an engineering problem to solve rather than being kind of a fundamental physics issue, I guess.
To build the device, absolutely. And we built the dense plasma focus. We've built the ion ring Marx generators. Now the plan is to put it all together.
Yeah. This is so exciting. And again, Michael, it is such an honor to have you here to present for us. Absolutely wonderful to have you here today.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me see. Just scrolling through questions. Charlotte Livingston outed herself. She said it's actually George Hathaway using Charlotte's computer. So,
Okay.
yeah, the magic of internet anonymity. And
Yeah, right.
actually, we should thank George. George just sent a bunch of components over to Mark's lab. So, yeah, so
Right here.
thank you for those. Let me see.
Is it all right if I ask a question, Tim?
Yeah, go for it, Jared. Jump on in.
Excellent presentation. I was wondering if you could just expound a little more on what you mean by plasma metamaterials. Does that mean that the plasma is taking on new, geometric shapes and you're getting weird types of permeabilities, permittivities, and what's going on when you say that?
That's exactly correct. So it's not just a single plasma ring or tube that's compressing from the magnetic forces. It's a multi-layer plasma and ion ring combination, so that any of the electron ring generated synchrotron radiation, which is going to be a significant pulse, will be captured inside those layers, and that's that terahertz kind of interaction between the metamaterials or the multi-layer plasma ion ring material.
Wonderful. And I'm just scrolling through questions. And again, if anyone has any, if anyone has any additional questions. Oh, so Michael Boyd was asking, how much does the warp module weigh?
The warp core itself, it's in the tons. It's a significant chunk of metal.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. And
Dr. Michael, do you expect anything to be coming out of it in order to produce this propulsion, or is this a non-Newtonian force?
Initially, this is just a prototype, right? And we're trying to actually diagnose if we do see, well, first of all, it's a fusion device. It's an X-ray and neutron generation device, but it's also this new relativistic high energy density regime where we're trying to look for any space-time curvature or frame dragging effects. Eventually, you could fire this and not have a double-ended type configuration, but you're just firing from one side so that you could have some kind of propulsion output.
Simon Claret had asked, he was wondering what kind of CAD software you're using, since that kind of FEM is not easy.
Yeah, so we use several different software packages at Livermore. Primarily, it's Creo, but we also use SolidWorks and let's see, Creo, SolidWorks are really the primary ones.
Okay. Well, I guess as a corollary too, I should ask, and I'm not sure if you guys are or if you're open to it or not, but we have tons of people in our community who are open and interested to contributing to projects. And so I'm not sure if like you need help along those lines or if you're open to it or anything like that. I guess we probably should give out. Do you have a website that people can go to?
I don't, and the lab doesn't, with respect to the warp reactor concept. We have reached out to private companies, and I can say now that we're working with ZC Institute, trying to get a CRADA finally signed off on, and so, but we're open for help from anyone and everyone. So please reach out. You can reach out to my Gmail address, which is dr.michael.g.anderson@gmail.com, and I can speak with you about possible opportunities. There's also I'm not sure that you're going to be able to provide the group the actual journal article that was released for unlimited distribution, Tim. I did upload it to this StreamYard. I'm not sure it's going to be available.
If you're able to provide me with the link, I can actually add that onto the conference page, and I'm more than
Okay.
happy to.
Sure.
And actually, I can upload these. One of the other things that we've changed is I have Google Drive, and I have sections set up for each conference. So
Okay.
after the conference, I can just go through with you and ensure that all of those are uploaded to Google Drive.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, one of the things that I found, and I'm not trying to be pushy at all, but people in this conference, for instance, Mark has set up an elaborate 3D printing system, right? And he's actually getting involved with Vapor DAP as well as
Wow.
well as several other things. So,
Nice.
yeah, the folks in this community I've just been overwhelmed with how much they want to contribute and how much engineering knowledge there is. It's spread out and it's diverse, but there's the desire and definitely the capability. So
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome.
so let me
Dr.
scroll down.
Michael, yeah, Michael Boyd asked, "What's the input power? What do you expect the joules in versus joules out?"
So it's greater than a 10 megajoule machine. It's up around 12 megajoules that is going in. 10 megajoules of it's going in on the microsecond time scale, and 2 megajoules is going in on the 100 nanosecond time scale.
And would you be, if it's a warp field, would we be measuring thrust in newtons, or would this be proportional to the weight of the device or area?
I haven't thought too much about that type of a measurement. What we're looking at now is to see if, let's say, a Jude white type of interferometer, something that we can actually see a laser beam's being deflected that's close or near this pinched ring, and to see if there's any kind of rotation on that beam itself.
Okay.
How would you differentiate between light changing and the interference from the flash? You'd have to have it shielded.
The flash, when you say flash,
Yeah,
you mean
yeah.
the flash of what?
If you have a fusion reaction going on next to a laser interferometer, those are very sensitive devices.
Oh,
It
sure.
can-
Yeah, the
can-
interferometer wouldn't be close to the machine. It would be piped in.
Okay.
Let me see. And then greetings from the ZC Institute. And I guess, so Michael, you're working with ZC Institute. And then I'm just going through here. Paul was asking if you need help with websites, funding, social media, along those lines. So
All the above.
all the above.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is an exciting time. All of this is moving forward. So, let me see. I'm just, again, scrolling through here.
Morning Bird Foundation says that he's working on a interferometer, and I think that's Chance Glenn, right?
Yeah, I think that's Chance.
And Jeremiah mentions that he has one as well. We have one over here as well.
Very nice. Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, again, let me put that out there. If anyone else has chats, you can ask questions in chat. Okay. And I'm scrolling up here.
So, Dr. Anderson, you're saying that you don't really have any good ballpark for what kind of thrust or propulsion this might be able to produce?
I don't want to say on this call.
So now, early up, somebody had asked, is this, they'd said, is this like a steam engine, right? Basically, because even though it's super complicated at the core, is it like a steam engine?
If you're using a deuterium or deuterium tritium mix as the fusion type fuel, then yes, it's just basically a steam engine at the very end of this thing. But if you're using proton boron or some other type of aneutronic fuel, then you can actually do direct energy conversion.
Oh, that is exciting. That is exciting. Yeah. And that's a worthwhile question. I used to go to the ISNPS STAFE conference, right? And
Yep.
I got to see lots and lots of reactors. And
Mhm.
even when it comes to stuff like steam, there were a lot of innovations going on, like the
Mhm.
Stirling cycle.
Yep.
For me, those
Yep.
were really interesting. The Stirling cycle converters. But direct energy conversion is definitely a big part. Now, I guess another thing that I should ask is, have you encountered any issues with I'm not using the right word, potential decay of the shielding over time from the fusion reactions?
We haven't got to that point yet. Those are great problems to have, right? First, we need to actually build a prototype and see what we're getting, and then work from there. But there are people working on that lithium blanket wall to make sure that they can that the other components have a long life.
And that was why I'd asked. I did an interview a while back with a fellow who'd worked on, I believe it was a GE reactor, fusion reactor,
Right.
and one of the challenges that they had, even with their experiments, was over time. He'd said, even though the energy is so much cleaner than traditional fission, those reactions just break down. They were breaking down the lining of the chamber, and they had real issues with that.
So. Oh yeah. So anything polyethylene, neutrons love to deposit their energy in that, and there becomes neutron embrittlement issues with all the different components. But those would be great problems to have.
So for space app, go for it, Mark.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask if you're familiar with the work being done in near Seattle by Helion Energy.
Oh yes. I know Helion very very well.
Okay.
I built the colliding tori fusion reactor back when I was at Tri Alpha Energy, and It was a Helion energy type device, but on steroids, and that was back in 2012.
What's your opinion on them? Is that similar in any way to the warp drive that you're talking about here?
No, I mean the densities that they're dealing with are much lower than the densities that this would by orders of magnitude.
Okay. So let me see. Just scrolling back through, and we've got about 5 minutes left. And again, thank you so much for your time. So Gantic had asked. He works with graphene. He's wondering if graphene polymer layers might be able to assist with this.
We're open to anything. You know, we love to. I'm an experimentalist, so you know, I don't believe it unless I see it. So, if you're willing to put it in the machine and you don't worry about it, you know, turning into vapor or something else, then I say we try it.
And then let me see. Actually, this is kind of a deceptively simple question from Austin. He was asking, are these devices not classified or just too complicated for anyone to understand?
They're not classified at this stage, which you know, I can't believe it. I think it's because maybe nobody understands it yet, but we'll see what happens in the near future here.
Well,
Right now, the papers and the presentations are unlimited distribution.
yeah, you know, when I used to go to STAFE, I'd wondered that as well. I saw all of these incredibly detailed nuclear reactor designs, and I thought it's amazing that none of this material is classified. But
Yeah.
you know, but it is so, I guess, rarefied scientifically and intellectually speaking, right? That you know, so
Yeah, you're not going to build it, I think, in your garage.
yeah. So let me scroll back up to Greg. Greg had asked if you could use beryllium or boron to absorb neutrons and gamma radiation, which would lead to neutron capture and the production of carbon or some other elements.
You could definitely do boron capture, boron neutron capture. Yeah.
Okay. And let me see. And
I have a question. Dr. Michael, what kind of budget would you need to run this preliminary test?
So right now we're looking at something on the order of a 36-month year program. You know, we got lots of parts of the equipment, so we could probably get it done, you know, under $10 million. But if you wanted to build the warp reactor, now you're talking, you know, 150 million or more.
And this would be done through Lawrence Livermore or in a side project?
This would be done through Livermore and our strategic partners, or through a CRADA. Yeah.
yeah, which sounds like a lot of money, but when you look at what goes into scientific projects in general, right? Like, I mean,
Right.
even NASA rockets, which are incredibly conventional, you know,
Sure.
it's just a drop in the bucket. So,
Oh, it sure is. Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
And
personally, I'm all,
you know, these types of large machines are normally going in the billions of dollars, and that's why this is you know, such an economically viable option. Is, you know, it's an order of magnitude less than that. So
yeah. So let me see. Exotic Propulsion had written that boron-based HDPE and borivated PVDF are already available and could be used as strange radiation mediators, I guess.
wow, never heard of it.
Okay.
Dr. Anderson, you mentioned how it might be useful as a directed energy weapon. Could you go a little more into detail how it might be used as that?
I never said that, and don't quote me that I said that. I did say
Okay.
directed energy conversion. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not go into the weapons side, because
Yeah. No weapons today.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so it looks like we're at the top of the hour. So everyone, let's give Dr. Michael G. Anderson another big hand. thank you so much. Thank you so much for presenting. It is truly an honor to have you with us today.
Yeah. Thank you all, and hopefully we can collaborate on future programs.
Wonderful, wonderful.
All right.
So our next speaker is, let me see, David Perez, and it looks like he is coming online now. So Michael, let me remove you from the stream, and I will bring Michael on. And again, thank you so much for presenting for us, sir.
So David actually just called me. He's having connection issues.
Okay, I can try. Let me try adding him. David, it looks like you're all set.
David, can you hear us?
David, can you hear us okay?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you hear us? Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, you don't have mic, but it sounds like you don't have your
You're
audio
coming in,
turned
you're
on.
choppy. I can hear you sometimes, but then you go out and in and out and in. I'm right next
like
to the router here. And now it's telling me to wait. Page unread.
Okay, I think he's having connection issues. Do you want to give it another moment? And if it doesn't come together, we could try and go straight to Gary.
Yeah, it seems like that was a connection error. He tried calling me on the phone. Let's see if he reconnects, or we can go to Gary and circle back.
Yeah. And this is a good time for my dad lecture to always use a wired connection, because Wi-Fi is still not quite there. Okay.
Tim, he also mentioned that he sent over the slides to you. You can upload them to the stream.
Ah, okay.
I see what looks like a B-52 bomber there.
Yeah. And David, are you able to are you able to hear us okay? Oops. Okay, it looks like he is dropping out again. Okay. So I think what we should probably do is I think we should probably go right to Gary's presentation, if that's okay. And we could try with David again later. David? I think he's having real connection issues.
Maybe if he turns off his camera and just gives us a voice, he goes, use up the bandwidth properly.
David, do you want to try turning off your camera? We can give that one shot, and then we'll probably move on to Gary. Okay. Well, I think, okay, let me see. Yeah, so why don't we do this? I'll remove David from the stream, and he's still there. He's just in the background. And why don't we go to Gary's presentation? Gary, are you okay going an hour early? And I think we need to upload yours as well. Do you have that uploaded? Or
I sent it to you some time ago, but I haven't uploaded it to this
okay.
the
So
studio. Can I just share my screen, or do we need to upload it?
If it's a PowerPoint, right? So we need to share your screen, I think.
So we can share the screen.
You
Or do you want me to send a copy to you?
I think you need to upload it, but I think I can probably upload it for you. So
okay. And so where do I upload it now?
Okay. There should be a button. So if you go into present, there's a present button, and then slides, and then from your computer.
Okay.
Wonderful. Sorry about that.
Nope.
That is the one difference between this and Zoom. That's the one difference, is that with PowerPoints, you need to upload them. Otherwise, it runs into a cluster of permissions issues that are tied to the browser.
Gotcha. Okay. So then I can then I click on it. Is that what?
Let me see. Once it's uploaded,
it looks like it is.
There we go. Add to stream.
Okay.
And I will remove myself, and you should be able to scroll through that. And if you have your additional, I know you have a lot of additional materials in there, but we can upload those separately, or if they're in there, we can go through them. And if you want to do web pages, you can actually show web pages without doing anything. Those are very easy because it's tied to the browser again.
Okay. All right.
Well,
I don't think we'll need to upload them right now. But if they're available publicly on your webpage later on,
yes.
If you could post this to your webpage, then, because I really wanted people to look through it and make up their own minds rather than, me trying to change minds. It's better to look through the material themselves.
Absolutely. And I've got all of that on the Alt Propulsion site, and I will put a link in chat right now. Okay, well, let me remove myself and feel free to get started. And Gary, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim, for giving me a chance to go over this material again. I had done a previous version of this on how UAP investigations were related to high-frequency gravity waves. So I simply updated that based on some new information from Russ Coldhart, who wrote the book In Plain Sight, and recently interviewed a fellow by the name of David Grush. This disclosure happened after I put together this briefing. I finished the update on May 31st, and the disclosure by David Grush occurred on June 5th. So basically what he disclosed is that there are crash remains of UAPs. There's a crash investigation program in the government. So what are we to make of that? So I'll take you through this material, and we'll back up a little bit in time to before most of us were born, to right up to current events, and take a little journey through history here to see, in the light of David Grush's disclosure, if we go back and we look at some of what was Roswell mythology, does that change our view of this material? So I'll go over a little bit of the ancient history in Roswell on UAPs, the fallout after Roswell, Project Blue Book a little bit, and then Jack Vallee's Invisible College. We'll go through more recent events of a series of government entities that are looking into UAPs. This whole disclosure debate about how much to disclose or whether we should disclose. And then the next steps. So, of course, if you read von Däniken, In Search of the Ancient Gods, he makes a strong case that UFOs, UAPs have always been with us. They also show up in art across the world. So I've shown some examples of this. So there is that question lingering. We don't have hard evidence from ancient history, but there has been a stream of investigations in this area. And I definitely recommend von Däniken if you are interested in the sort of the ancient artifacts. So when I've labeled exhibits, Exhibit A, B, C, and so on, those are the links that at the end of this presentation you can use to investigate for yourself some of this literature and some of these artifacts. There was a very interesting memo that came to light in the 80s, and it appeared to be a briefing sheet for then President-elect Eisenhower. And the briefing sheet was to describe to him, to read him into Operation Majestic 12, so named because there were originally 12 members of an investigation team. This was a team of crash investigation people. The FBI has determined the document is bogus. They even have a copy of this on their website, this labeled bogus. I find that labeling very distracting. So for my Exhibit A, I downloaded a version of it from the Reagan Presidential Library that was attached to a series of Freedom of Information Act requests associated with this document. They declined, saying that some of the presidential commissions are not subject to Freedom of Information Act requests because they're not an agency of the government. But it had some interesting content. It seemed to confirm the Roswell crash, number one. It said that the disk was likely short-range reconnaissance craft because they couldn't find any stores, any provisions for what were apparently 4 small human-like beings that ejected somehow from the craft before the craft crashed. All 4 had been dead, had been a week, and they had been decomposed and subject to predators. But the remains were kept and investigated according to this memo. And the memo also stated that the biological and evolutionary processes responsible for their development apparently has been quite different. In other words, they looked something like us, but not entirely like us. So that's where this Majestic 12 concept came from. Also, MAGIC is a short version of it, or MJ12. These are all referring to the same crash investigation operation. Around the same time that this crash was discovered, June of '47, there was now considered declassified an Oppenheimer-Einstein memo addressing the possibility of confronting intelligent beings from somewhere else. The memo seemed to focus on the notion that they were from a different planet or a different solar system, that, in other words, that they were extraterrestrial. We don't know for sure whether that's true, but it was interesting conjecture, and it went through how would we respond to that. I find the timing of this interesting because this is synchronized almost exactly with the Roswell crash and the Roswell investigation. So it could be that it was just in the air. They could have been reading reports from Washington State that occurred a few months before and decided, hey, let's get together and write this memo. That seems unlikely to me. So this is another interesting exhibit to look through if you want to go back and look at some of the historical records on, hey, this happened almost at the same time as the alleged Roswell crash. And that's not the only coincidence. The Roswell incident, June, July 47, the Oppenheimer-Einstein memo, 47, June. Then the formation of the Air Force and the formation of the CIA a few months later in September of 47. All these might have been coincidental, but I find it interesting that a crash of a weather balloon would send such panic into the government that we would decide, oh, Army Air Corps has to be its own branch now, and we need to formalize our intelligence apparatus under the CIA. So an interesting coincidence, to say the least. So what has been going on since? Is MJ12 a real thing? We don't know. There are stories about royal cosmic magiops, ultra clearances, Q clearances, cleared for weird. We don't know how much of that is fact or fiction, but it is an interesting series of parallels to the white world, which had also been investigating UFOs, I think to some extent simply to dismiss them. Project Sign, Project Grudge turned into Project Blue Book, and then concluded with the Condon Committee. And that was the end as of the 60s, 70s. Now there's been a renewal of that because of some of the disclosures from F-18 videos, the FLIR sightings, and so on. So this was a probable or possible split in the intelligence apparatus and inside of our government to provide extra secrecy around what I loosely call the phenomenon being the UAP phenomenon, simply called the phenomenon. And at the same time, in parallel, other journalists, other activists, other investigators, such as Jack Vallée and other independent researchers, have been doing their own work. And they did not take a break like the US government seemed to. And there's a fantastic book by Jack Vallée capturing this work called The Invisible College, which, even though it came out almost 50 years ago now, it's still just as fresh a read as ever, because he really takes a different slant on the phenomenon. He talks about useful propositions. The reason they're not called UFOs anymore, for instance, they're neither flying nor are they objects. They've been seen throughout history. They're not necessarily from space. There are psychic effects quite often associated with them. And the real problem here is that human contact is under their control. It's under the control of the phenomenon. It's not under our control. We need to flip that around. That's why I think it's so exciting what's happening at Skinwalker Ranch, where they're approaching the phenomenon on their terms, not on the phenomenon's terms. So I think that's a huge step forward. And I really applaud the work of the crew at Skinwalker Ranch. Strangeness categories was the other important concept that Jack Vallée, I think these are still used today, that Jack Vallée created. Seeing something you'd understand a light, that's strangeness 1. Seeing something that's more active, more kinetic, like a flaming object, that's strangeness level 2. If you know for sure it's a craft, but it's unknown, that's a strangeness level 3. If you witness an actual landing of the craft, that's considered stage 4. If you witness an occupant, that's stage 5, a strangeness. Experiencing some psychic illumination or vision is a 6. And experiencing like lost time or reality gap is strangeness 7. So I think those categories are still being used today. And systematically, we should go through some of the databases on these encounters and try to categorize them, because I think it'd be interesting from a science point of view to see how that has shifted with the course of time. The other thing to consider here, which I've included as Exhibit C, is that this phenomenon may not be extraterrestrial. It may be from, instead of a different XYZ coordinate, it might be time travelers on the T coordinate. It could be from a different dimension, interdimensionals, we would call that. It could be from a different fractal universe, if you're a reader of David Maker. So we don't really know where these phenomenon are coming from, whether there's portals to other universes or so on. All we know is, it hits the strangeness factors, for sure. So what has been going on more lately? There has been a restart of white world UAP investigations, especially really at the behest of the Navy. The Navy has improved their sensor suites on the F-18s. It used to use just radars. Now with these advanced targeting FLIRs, they have infrared and visual capabilities that are powerful enough and with enough smart intelligence that they can spot these objects that they couldn't normally have tracked or spotted. And so the Navy has been pushing for this. There's been a series of organizations dedicated to the study of UAPs. I'll talk about ATIP a little bit, and we'll talk about the AAR, should be RO. I think it's AARO office. UAP Task Force was another recent one. And so we'll go over those a little bit too. There's also civilian organizations that are looking into it. I think Exhibit E was created, was the creation, I think, of the ATIP. Let's see if I can zoom. I can't really zoom. No, that was UAP Task Force. Okay. So there's also, it feels like there's a bit of a tug of war here. I do know a lot of people that want more disclosure. I recently had the honor of giving a talk at the funeral of Bob Baker, who had worked on Project Blue Book and had been a lifelong advocate for looking more systematically into this topic. Paul Murad, we'll go over him a little bit. Hal Puthoff is, of course, well known as discussing this area, as is his former employee Eric Davis. So we'll go over those people a little bit. Also, presumably, there's someone on the other side not so anxious to disclose. These would be people who would be in charge of the crash remains, and they were mentioned in Ross Coulthard's excellently researched book, In Plain Sight. So I will be quoting Ross on some of that. So let's go through, and I know Tim Ventura is very familiar with these people as well. Paul Murad, for many years, hosted a conference on advanced propulsion at STAFE, Space Technology Applications International Forum. It was an open forum, but he quite often brought some very interesting stories, pictures, videos. He never came empty-handed. And one in particular I found fascinating that was mentioned separately in Ross Coulthard's book was an encounter of an Atlas missile launch out of Vandenberg that apparently, if you look at the video, apparently encountered a UFO or UAP, a classically shaped disc-shaped thing that directed energy at the Atlas rocket and knocked it off course. So the story, I was reminded of that story because it appeared also in Ross Coulthard's book, and so without mentioning Paul Murad by name, it was discussing more what happened to the person that took the film. The generals immediately thought he had doctored it somehow. He was like, "No, I haven't doctored it." It almost looks cartoonish when you watch it. So I thought that was quite a fascinating video. At the time, we didn't know what to make of it, but Paul had a lot of material like this at his fingertips. Bob Baker did work on Project Blue Book. His day job for many years was space navigation. He was high up at Lockheed, and he retired 2 or 3 times. I had not met him until 20 years ago after his retirement, but he was still active in high frequency gravitational waves, which may or may not be a related field, but that's how I initially met him. Hal Puthoff is a well-known researcher in this area. Here he's pictured with Lou Elizondo and his former employee, Eric Davis. He's also been associated with Kit Green, shown in the lower right, another researcher of the UAP phenomenon. I met all of these gentlemen, with the exception of Lou Elizondo, when I was working on high-frequency gravitational waves. They were very interested in the gravitational wave generation because that may be one of the things that helps propel these UAPs. We have seen high-frequency signal, like microwave-style signals, which might be EMI emanating from them in the lower microwave region. So, does that mean that they're using gravity waves in the microwave region? We don't know. Eric Davis has done so many appearances on television. He should have his own TV channel. He's a well-known advocate for disclosure, and he became indirectly pulled into the limelight. We'll talk about that in a little bit, when one of his meeting notes was disclosed inadvertently, very surprisingly, and not by him. So we'll talk about that a little more in a bit. Oh, here it is. So yeah, the EWD notes. Eric W. Davis met with Admiral Wilson, who was directing our associate director, I think at the time, of the Defense Intelligence Agency. And Admiral Wilson was a bit unhappy with some of the stonewalling he was getting from the UAP back engineering programs. And so he discussed this with Eric about strategizing what to do about this. So these are very fascinating notes. There will be a link at the end to what I'm calling Exhibit D like Delta. And these were not to be made public. These were for his use and for his boss, Hal Puthoff's use. However, Hal had given a copy to the astronaut Edgar Mitchell. It wound up in Edgar Mitchell's archive. And when Edgar Mitchell passed away, and why did Hal give it to Edgar Mitchell? Because Edgar had been on the board of Bigelow, of the Bigelow Enterprise, portion of Bigelow Enterprise that was looking into UAPs, and was at Skinwalker Ranch before the current team was. Who, by the way, so was Eric Davis. Eric Davis also worked for Bigelow. And so, in any case, Hal had provided this to Edgar because they had been, because Edgar had been on the board of Bigelow. That, though, when he passed, it was in his archive. It wound up with some reporters, James Ringney, who turned it over to Grant Cameron, who subsequently released it in 2019. And so even during the interview, Wilson said, you know, if this is ever released, I'm going to deny that we ever had this talk. And he has, in fact, disavowed and denied that he met with Eric Davis or that he said any of these things. But it does seem to assert there's a concerted UAP back engineering program and a cover-up of that program within the government, to the extent where it's not acknowledged to the Gang of Eight in Congress, which of course would be illegal if that's the case. So Russ Coldhart recently wrote the book In Plain Sight, and he had an extensive section on someone named Tom DeLonge. If you are a Blink-182 fan, you will recognize him as a kind of a rock star, like literally a rock star. This fellow had been very interested in this area and had reached out to some of the folks at allegedly on this crash retrieval program. Allegedly, it involved small portions of Skunk Works and small portions of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And the oversight pretty much stopped there because it was presumably, and this is something that appears in Ross's book, a so-called Special Access Program, a SAP program. There are a certain small subset of SAP programs that are unacknowledged, that the government doesn't talk about, you know, without a classified SCIF. And sadly, unfortunately, it seems to be the case that some of these unacknowledged SAP programs are wavered. What does wavered means? It means wavered from oversight, which of course is a very dangerous situation. And that's not something you would really want to do. And it's probably not legal, and it's certainly not ethical. Supposedly, this program was controlled by a bigoted access list. In other words, billeted, that there was a very tight control of access. Somewhere between 400 and 800 billets grand total are granted on this program, according to Ross Coldhart's reporting. The program is unacknowledged. A normal oversight has been waived. And so there are a number of people that should be informed. I suspect not all presidents have been informed of this, and not all Gang of Eight congressmen have been informed that should be informed. So this is doesn't qualify as a legal accusation, but it is reporting from Ross. And so far as I know, these gentlemen have not reached out to Ross and said, please take our names out of your book. This isn't true. So I guess more to come on as Congress investigates this alleged program. So what else is going on? That we have occasional additional revelations from some of the people closer to UAP remnants or alleged UAP remnant investigations, including some metamaterial artifacts that were handed to Gary Nolan. And this material had an anomalous isotope mix not found in our solar system. We don't know if it's from a parallel dimension or a different solar system or where it's from. Presumably someone would have to go to a lot of work to alter an isotope mix in a material sample. Gary doesn't believe that's the practical answer. And so that material investigation is ongoing. There is also Eric Davis, who is continuing to make interesting revelations. One of them is that UAPs sometimes now seem to be using mimicry, that they want to appear like something else because they know our sensors are getting better and better. For instance, going at lengths to appear to be meteors when they streak to Earth and then suddenly not moving like a meteor anymore. So that's an interesting tidbit. And then Christopher Mellon is another disclosure person. I don't know him personally, but he has been pushing Congress for more open investigations of this. And his claim is that the phenomena can manipulate both physical and cognitive environments. In other words, Jack Valet may have been right that there's a second component to these encounters with the phenomenon. And so I think that's an interesting angle here. So we have to ask ourselves, if there is a crash retrieval program and it's been shielded from the public, who are they really working for? Who does the secrecy benefit? The secrecy doesn't really benefit investigators worldwide. It doesn't really benefit science, because science would want more people to work on it, not less. It really only benefits the phenomenon. So my argument is that if there's undue secrecy around the phenomenon, it's benefiting the phenomenon. These people are not working for us. They're working for the phenomenon. So that's something that we need to change. And that the AARO is working towards that goal. AARO being the all domain anomaly resolution office. So it should be AARO, and we'll have to correct that previous slide. The UAP task force was focused mostly on these naval encounters. So they're not going to the same investigative lengths as the AARO. But one of the UAP task force people was this gentleman by the name of David Grush. And he has gone to Congress, the Gang of Eight, with some of this material on this undisclosed program. So presumably we'll see more details on how they resolve the situation where these people who think they're benefiting us are really benefiting the phenomenon instead. Science is taking this seriously, more seriously since the ATIP program, more seriously since the UAP task force. And so I have included a preliminary analysis here as Exhibit F. They're recommending a UAP R&D technical roadmap to look at more R&D on this. There was the ATIP program was unacknowledged for some time. It's been acknowledged now as of 2017, but it was providing for funding for a number of science areas that could be applied to UAP research. For instance, gravitational research, space-time metric engineering, traversable wormholes. These, I know for sure, are some of the things that Eric Davis had been working on. Metamaterials and gravitational wave communication. So that was certainly an interest area of mine, and that's how this investigation has touched my work. To the Stars Academy was formed. It's a civilian organization that is structured as a public benefit corporation. To the Stars Academy, it kind of acts as an intermediary between the mainstream press and these communities of interest. So I think they're sort of the public go-between. Hal, for instance, Hal Pothoff was on their board for some time, and we'll see if they continue. The motivation for the science is how are these things working? It doesn't seem like they follow the standard laws of aerodynamics. Jack Sarfati is a researcher in this area that's heavily into the gravitational aspect of it and general relativity aspect of it. We heard in the prior talk about this, the Einstein's field equations, which basically means the shape of space-time is affected by the mass and energy and the movement of the mass and energy in that space-time. It's the curvature, in other words, of space is affected by the mass and energy in that space. And there's a scalar factor in the middle of that makes the connection very weak. You need to move a lot of mass and energy for a little bit of warp in space-time. And so we heard from the prior talk that you can adjust that with metamaterials, and Sarfati has called it an S term. There may also be an A term for Anderson. So we'll have to see if he's able to fund that experiment and prove that connection. But there's certainly a lot of theoretical work happening in this area. And so this was taken from some of Sarfati's theoretical work. And he's basing this on real physics. He combined this Medina energy momentum tensor paper with this soliton warp drive paper in a way that got him his S term. So this is ongoing physics work that's happening in this area. We also recently had an AARO hearing in the Senate. This was in April of this year, where another UAP disclosure was made, this so-called Mosul sphere, which was spotted by an MQ-9 drone, and it kind of just sort of floated by. So we don't know if it was maneuvering. The piece of the tape I saw, it didn't maneuver, but presumably these spheres have have been observed to make unusual maneuvers that could not be made by a weather balloon, for instance. And so they also indicated that there's been a change of law in the 2023 Defense Appropriations Bill that protects whistleblowers that are working on undisclosed UAP programs to come forward. So, of course, this was that law passed late last year, and so that was the law that gave David Grush some shade and allowed him to come forward with his disclosures. And he was interviewed about this on June 5th, and there's going to be a documentary about it tomorrow, Sunday, June 11th at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So presumably we'll hear more about this tomorrow morning. It doesn't say on YouTube what venue that's occurring in. Might be News Nation, because News Nation broke the story, even though it was reported by let's see, it was reported by Leslie Keane and Ralph Blumenthal, who typically are associated with New York Times. New York Times didn't take a bite at this apple; they took a pass. So News Nation picked it up. This on the heels also of NASA UAP independent study team. So what's NASA doing with the UAP independent study team? It's a good question. I don't have the answer for you. It was formed about 9 months ago, as my understanding. They didn't have much appetite for analyzing old NASA data. I don't know quite why that was, whether there was obfuscation, but that was not in their charter. Their charter was really to determine what can NASA's role be going forward, not rear view mirror looking, but forward looking. And is there going to be a useful role for NASA? Can NASA do something that the AARO cannot do? The AARO is going to be the primary investigators. For instance, they gave the example, the FAA example of, if someone comes to the FAA with a pilot comes with a UAP report now, the FAA turns that over to the AARO for disposition. So that's already being covered by the AARO. What's not being covered is whole-scale mass collection activity that is unclassified. We may be having intelligence community tools that could be leveraged, but those are not going to be unclassified because they would reveal sources and methods. But NASA, as a public agency, has a role in doing some kind of mass collection. And so, for instance, the idea was kicked around. Cell phones are not really well set up for UAP capture, but if the cell phone data also not just had the visuals, but had the metadata in an app, and that metadata, for instance, the GPS coordinates, the magnometer, can they measure the magnetic field to some extent with a regular cell phone? If all this metadata was attached to the sighting at the same time, in a sort of a public app, people could download this app, and when they see something, they could record it to their phones and then send it in for observation, send it in for analysis. That's one potential role for NASA. NASA also has a lot of international partnerships with other space agencies, and so they could coordinate some kind of international effort to build purpose-driven reconnaissance equipment. So that was an interesting idea. They did have the FAA on, and the FAA was very clear that their sensors are not set up because of the slow revisit rate. Sometimes these radars sweep only a couple times a minute. They're set up for aircraft. All of their radar is gated for aircraft detection. It's not gated for anything doing non-aero maneuvers. So the FAA basically said, hey, our sensors are no good for what you're trying to do here. So that we would need a more purpose-built sensor suite in order to start truly tracking these and getting real science on them. So NASA also has a science focus, and so that's what they really focused on, is, hey, how could we bring science to this investigation going forward? They did, unfortunately, the only example they gave of analyzing a UAP was one called the Go Fast. And that seemed to be a case of parallax. It wasn't actually going fast. It was only going like 40 miles an hour. It's just that the jet was going fast. So against the background, the object looked like it was moving fast. And they presented that as one example where science you have to be careful with these sightings because you need to apply the science. And if you apply the science, you may find that it was a prosaic explanation, that it wasn't anything anomalous at all. Scott Kelly was on the board on this independent study team. And he basically during the Q&A, they were like, what's NASA covering up? And he was like, hey, at Johnson, at least, the Johnson Space Center, at the astronaut office, I never even heard any talk about UAPs. So he tend to throw cold water on the notion that NASA's covering up or hiding anything. Next steps, I think this last bullet is already covered. We did pass legal protection for whistleblowers into law and provide a clear direction with how they could come forth. They go to the AARO office is how they do it. Now, it's a little tricky, so they could probably improve their intake process, but the National Defense Authorization Act passed in December of last year provides for this now for UAP whistleblowers. So Congress is earning their pay and the administration is going along. Let's keep these hearings going and keep active at this so that we can, hopefully shed some light on is there or is there not a crash retrieval program. Suggested reading. I'm going to suggest The Invisible College by Jack Vallée. It covers a good job. It does a good job of covering why we believe there's a psi aspect to this phenomenon. And so it's really does feel like, yeah, they're messing with us. We have to fight back by figuring them out, but don't assume they're necessarily extraterrestrial. We don't know where they're coming from. In Plain Sight is another great book that's only 2 years old. I've corresponded with Ross to some extent on the gravitational wave portions of his book, and he makes the case that yes, there are programs that are hiding something. They're not going to go willingly. They've been in power for too long. This has been going on for at least 75 years. We need to fight back by speaking up and providing whistleblower protection. And I think that's happening now. But don't assume they're going to go willingly. So both great reads. And Ross's book is coming out in the summer in the US in a big way. So look for that release if you're supporting your local bookstores. In the meantime, if you need it right away, you can buy it on Amazon, but it's going to be more expensive because it's coming from Australia. There's also a fantastic documentary that came out on the whole phenomenon. This has footage, discussions from Christopher Mellon, with discussions of other people who have been close to the study of the phenomenon. This is free on Pluto TV. I included a screen snap of the other places you can get it, but I know for sure the Pluto TV app is free on a smart TV or on your phone even. So you can watch this documentary for free. So I highly recommend that as a great documentary if you only want to watch one thing. And of course, I have to give a shout out for Skinwalker Ranch because I think changing it around so that it's not the phenomenon meeting us on its terms, but we're pushing back and we're finding a way to meet the phenomenon on our terms. So I really appreciate and enjoy the work they're doing on that ranch in investigating the phenomenon there. I did want to dedicate it to Bob Baker. He recently passed, and his widow, Bonnie, invited me to the funeral. Thank you, Bonnie, for that. She also gave me permission to dedicate this talk to him, which was wonderful. He's been a disclosure advocate for his whole life. He helped us navigate to the moon. He's a gravitational expert, and his work certainly lives on. These are links. Tim, if you publish this to your webpage, I checked these links this morning and they're all active and they're all working. So thank you so much for posting these. I think it's really helpful for people to make up their own minds on this and don't take my word for it or anybody else's word for it, but look through this material. I will warn you on the Majestic 12 briefing, because I got it from the Reagan Library, it's sandwiched in with a bunch of other semi-relevant or not relevant material. So you got to kind of scroll to the middle of it. I think it's pages 17 to 22 out of a 55-page PDF. But I wanted it there out in public for anybody to look at without having to go to the Reagan Library and sift through their website. I think it's more helpful. The Oppenheimer-Einstein memo will be posted out there too. They called it relationships with inhabitants of celestial bodies. Who knows whether they're from a celestial body or not. Puthoff's Ultraterrestrials is there. It describes all the various options for whether the ETs are really interdimensionals or people who have been living here in some parallel universe or underwater, underground, who knows. So he really delineates all of those various theories very well in that paper. Eric Davis's notes with his meeting with Admiral Wilson are posted for your perusal. Exhibit E, I was struggling trying to remember which phase of UAP investigation task force this was. It was the AOI-MSG. I think that lasted a number of months before they renamed it again. Hopefully we'll get more consistency with the Aero Office than we had with past investigative offices. And then finally, the preliminary assessment from the UAP task force is Exhibit F. So please do enjoy those at your leisure. And I think that gives us about 15 minutes for Q&A.
Wonderful. Gary, thank you so much. Thank you absolutely so much. Let me bring Jared in there. I will, let me see. And you know what? It looks like Dr. Anderson and David are still with us. They can bring themselves in if they'd like, because I think they might be having issues. But let's start with this. And Mark is actually rolling with the comments. Mark has discovered new features. So thank you, Mark. So I guess first things first, Gary, let's give you an enormous applause. Enormous applause. I know you've been working on this.
I had the stuff laying around, so it's better to share it than to just hide it away.
Well, so I mean, if I could start with it, you know, and I asked you this in an interview earlier, but I think that what's happening with David Grush just highlights this. How have your perceptions or beliefs or opinions changed over the last few years?
Well, I'll give you just one example. That Roswell Majestic 12 memo I dismissed as a fabrication, and now I'm looking back at it thinking, you know, it's consistent with the stories that David Grush has been hearing on this long-term 75-year-long crash retrieval program. So you know, it tends, you want to look at these things all over again. And so it's for me, it's shifted my thinking to looking back at some of this material and saying, wait a minute, I dismissed this. Maybe I dismissed it too quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason I asked that is I'm in the same boat. I'm reeling from all of this information, and I guess the part that gets me is there's so much credibility attached to it, right? It's things that I've dismissed time and time and time again. Now I'm like, wait a minute. What?
Well, I'm seeing Bruce Cornett's comment. And that was another area I had dismissed as like, this doesn't make any sense. Why would they bother to hide? But Eric Davis has also uncovered some apparently some real sensor data showing that they are using camouflage. So that's another area I had dismissed, and now I have to revisit my belief system. And that's part of the journey here. It's partly an internal journey on what's your belief system, and then it's okay, once you've shifted that, what do you want to see change in your society? You know, for instance, opening up the program, the crash retrieval program. And the third phase of it is then how do you take that knowledge and go out and reconnect with the phenomenon on our basis versus its basis? That's why I call it a jihad. Muslims will recognize those three steps as a jihad. It's a struggle, it's a journey. And it starts from the inside, and it goes to society, and it goes to the outside world. And I'm not a jihadist. I feel like I'm at this phase because of David. I'm more like an undertaker or maybe funeral director for the program.
Yeah. Well, you know, so Zed was asking, is the U.S. military actively engaged in trying to shoot these craft down? I mean, other than what happened in February.
There have been stories about attempted shoot downs. They normally don't go very well. There's a story that the Italians tried to shoot one down over the Mediterranean, and they got their aircraft. Is it an aircraft or a helicopter? I can't remember now. But their air vehicle was damaged, and it had to crash land. So yeah, that doesn't go well. There's also a story out of Russia that a Russian fighter pilot was ordered to take shots at one, and his vehicle was destroyed and he died. So,
Hmm.
you know, don't necessarily assume they're friendly.
Well, let me ask, I mean, since we have Mark and Jared on with us, and again, if Michael or David, if you guys have any questions, you're in the waiting area there, you know, feel free to add yourselves in and ask. But looks like Jared has something, and then Mark, if you have anything, just jump in, guy.
Yeah, I was going to say I was actually at that Arrow conference in Washington, D.C. We drove down there. And
What did you really, you attended in person? Okay.
Yeah, I attended in person, and our group, you know, Falcon Space and Friends, were actually made up half of the public that attended.
Okay.
And
Well, that's great.
one thing that he said that was pretty alarming was that even if he determines that it was extraterrestrial, there would be no public announcement. It would go through channels, meaning this would be an it would be a memo, it would be an email stream going out to different departments.
That's disappointing.
Memo that, by the way, aliens exist. You know, that's as far as I'm going to take it. He doesn't want the job. He wants to turn UAP into somebody else's problem.
Yeah, the impression, certainly the impression he gave at the AARO hearing was this. This is a job he doesn't really want. Yeah, that was certainly an impression. Sean, we're talking about Sean Kilpatrick, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
to be honest, does anybody want that job? I mean,
I don't know that I would.
Professional punching bag, right? Just everybody and their brother, you know.
Yeah, he was a little more forthcoming at the NASA briefing because he was part of the NASA briefing too, and they depended upon him for a lot of the data that they received. So he was a little more forthcoming there, but certainly the prior one, you know, not so much.
Yeah, yeah. Jared, go for it, sir.
Yeah, Gary, awesome presentation. I love all the updates. I was wondering if you might be willing to extrapolate and speculate a little bit on kind of how we see the progression of this slow roll disclosure playing out, right? We had the initial like soft disclosure from Greer in 2001, and then 2017 rolls around, it explodes and goes quiet for a few years. And then every December or June, we get like big tidbits at very convenient times for public, you know, awareness.
I think with the David Grush disclosure still unfolding, I think it's really going to be hard to not respond to that. I mean, people are going to want to know more about the crash retrieval program after his revelation, right? So that would probably be the next shoe to drop. I don't think we're going to see, you know, alien bodies anytime soon, right? But maybe small fragments of crash recovery material might come to light. That would be my guess. I think there's some that is already in circulation. So more might be publicly revealed in terms of, oh yeah, we forgot there's a closet with that stuff in it, or there's a hangar with some stuff in it, and so we should actually look more at that. But I suspect they won't disclose the science behind some of this directly to the public because it may have national security implications. So I expect, yes, we'll probably hear more about recovery material, but in terms of investigating how it works or what it does, that's going to be a tougher get because there'll be a national security angle that's a trump card they can pull.
Yeah. Well, let me quickly thank Mark. Mark, thank you for handling comments. Mark is co-hosting, or I'm co-hosting and Mark is the host. I'm not sure which way it goes, but Mark.
I think Michael had something to ask.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So, I mean, my concern with all of this is it looks a lot like there's a possible loophole here where you could use ITAR along with like these special access things to put something in shell companies and bring it off world or bring it to some other country, like exactly the opposite of what you would want from a normal ITAR. So has that been investigated at all?
You know, I would be speculating, so we don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but you can certainly imagine a scenario where some bad actors, in order to save their career or in order to save their little niche of the world, start hiding evidence, right?
Well,
and
so
doing
Gary,
everything they can to hide evidence. So I hope that doesn't happen. I hope there's a thorough investigation, and I hope that ultimately we get some disclosure. But it's tough if people have been breaking the law for so many years. It's going to be tough to get them to admit that, right?
Somebody had asked in comments about the upcoming Greer presentation. Do you have any thoughts or hopes or anything about that?
The documentary tomorrow, yeah, I don't know a lot about it. I know that Ross Coulthart, who wrote the book In Plain Sight, was the interviewer for him. And so he's going to be associated with this documentary. And I know the release time is Sunday, June 11th, 9 a.m. Eastern time. That's
okay.
basically all I know.
So that is the one tomorrow. And then I'm not sure if you were aware, though, Stephen Greer also has an event planned for next week.
Oh, for next week. Okay, I wasn't aware.
Okay, yeah, and I'll send you the info for that.
Yeah, yeah. I'd be, if you could post that web page or whatever. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, and again, any other questions? Michael or Mark or Jared, did you guys have more questions?
I had just one last one. Also taking the national security angle. So a lot of this, they often talk about how all this tech is so far advanced. There's an asymmetric warfare capability from this. Whichever country gets their hands on this instantly wins, right? And I was wondering if you've looked into any of the international incidents and how those may play a role in any of the timings of any of these disclosures.
Yeah, I mean, so if you've listened to the interview of this David Grush, he hits on this. I don't know if it was in the main interview or a side interview, that all three superpowers have crash retrieval programs, and probably more countries than just those three. So it is true that like whoever gets there first wins. It doesn't look like anybody has made any breakthroughs, or we'd be seeing them, right? We'd be seeing them if Russia or China. I'm sure Russia is really anxious right now to develop a new weapon because they have this Ukraine issue going. It's ongoing, and China has the island of Taiwan that they're anxious to force back into the country. So those are two issues that you would imagine if they had any advanced capabilities, they would use them under those circumstances, and yet they don't. So far, at least, it appears that even if they have their own crash retrieval programs, they haven't been able to unwind them. The issue that we have in this country with the undue secrecy is if it's really only at 400 to 800 billets, that's not enough people to make any progress, especially of those 400 to 800. If only 12 of them are scientists, like Lazar, for instance. If that, another thing I have to revisit now is Bob Lazar after this disclosure. If that's the case, we have a very small number of people looking at this, we're never going to get ahead. So I think that the national security push that I see is getting the stuff out there to a much broader audience, admitting that there's crash retrieval material, getting it into the hands of real scientists in a big way, so that we do get a chance to be the first country to be able to capitalize on any technology gains that could come out of this or derive from this. So for me, the national security argument is get it out there, or we might lose the race.
Well, one other question that I should ask also, Gary, is, I mean, this goes to your background because you have been involved with advanced propulsion conferences, right? So MITRE 2003, I believe the SPCIF conference, right, with Tony Robertson.
Yeah, I mean, they were better times. I love that we did have discussions in international forums with people from all over the world. We did get together. I mean, I was at a conference at the second MITRE conference in 2007, was hosted by Hal Puthoff at his facility, EarthTech. And we had, Chinese there, we had Russians there, we had Americans there, we had Europeans there. Everybody had come together and they were all working on high frequency gravitational waves, trying to figure out how can we make them and how can we detect them. So those were happier times. Unfortunately, the Russian individuals who were part of that have passed away. And the Chinese contingent isn't talking to us right now. So we don't, that effort of coordination and working together has kind of fallen apart, which is kind of a shame, right? So I hopefully, at least from the high frequency gravitational wave point of view, it'll get picked back up again by an international group associated with CERN in Europe, and they can do it in a non-political way, and so that at least that aspect of the research can go on under the auspices of CERN.
Yeah. Now, do you think that this UAP issue, as it grows in transparency, do you think that this has the opportunity to unite various nations and groups? I mean,
I hope so. I don't want to be Pollyanna about it though. So time will tell how the politics plays out, but we'll hope for the best.
wonderful. Well, we are at the top of the hour. Gary, let me thank you again so much. It was a true honor and an absolutely amazing presentation. Again,
My
all
pleasure.
of
And I appreciate your efforts on getting the material out. Thank you.
yeah, and all of this is in Google Drive. People can get this from the event page. So let's give Gary another big hand. Gary, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, so I am going to remove Gary now, and let's try and bring in, and you know what? It looks like David Praise is not with us again.
Yeah, so he's going to try logging in from a different computer. I sent him over the link. That was about 5 minutes ago. Let's see if
Oh,
they.
okay. We'll give him a sec and see if he's able to
If
come
we
on.
have a moment, I arrived late, so I didn't get to ask Michael Anderson some questions. Is he still around?
He may be. It says device not connected. So I think he may be here, but I don't think he has his mic and camera on.
Oh, well, we'll see, I guess.
If he's listening, he can add himself in, but I think he needs to enable those. So,
Okay.
yeah. Well, again, Gary's presentation was just absolutely enormous, and there have been so many changes. While we wait for David, I guess I mean I could read through some of the stuff. I've been following the story, and oops. Oh, there's David. Okay, let's see if we can bring David in. There we go. And David, can you hear us okay?
All right, there we go.
Yeah,
Now I got Mike.
We're trying
Perfect.
to. You can hear us?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you. So let me remove everybody else from the screen there, and I'm going to I'm going to upload your slides now.
All right. Thank you.
There.
And this is in PDF format, and it should be there in just a sec. And I believe after I remove myself from the feed, you should be able to control this. So, David, thank you so much for your patience, and thank you for presenting for us today. Okay,
And,
so there's the QED. There we go. And
Okay.
feel free to start.
All right. I need to ask you to execute our video that we sent you.
Yes. Would you like me to play that first, or?
At this point, because of all the technical issues that we've had, yeah, let's just go ahead and do this. It has audio with it, so let's just start off with this. It was an experiment that we did yesterday. We filmed it, and we were repairing an engine and just testing it, and we had the camera on it, and it really went very well. So we quickly cut the video and put it into a presentation mode, and that's what you're going to see here in just a couple of seconds.
Okay, so let me share this then, and give me just a sec. Oops. Okay, sorry about that. If I'm able to. Let me stop sharing this. Okay. And let me ask everyone to bear with us just a moment.
Kyle, is this something that we can do here?
There we go. Share screen. My apologies. Okay.
This video is showing our June 9th, 2023 experiment
This is the scale experiment with drive model number 17. We use 1500 watts of power and a 30-second test. The drive weight is 1.543 pounds, which is 700 grams. We had 12 millimeters of displacement downwards. The force measured was 4.66 newtons, or 475 grams. The purpose of this experiment was to replicate the results from a previous experiment with a scale showing direct force results. This first video is showing 18 seconds where we start at 750 grams and then increase the weight until it gets to 1,175 grams. The full displacement will be seen in the following picture. This picture just shows where we started and where we finished, and the total amount of newtons that were produced, 4.66. 475 grams were shown displaced on the scale, and this was over 18 seconds at 1500 watts. This scene has 3 videos captured from 3 different cameras during the run and shown at real time. In the top left, we have the up-close video of the scale. In the bottom left, we have the full picture of the engine. And in the bottom right, we have the camera that I'm holding from the very back of the lab. Here we will show the full scene one more time, just in double speed. In this scene we have the full wide view in the background and then the close-up shot of the scale, and these are synced together. And this will be playing in real time. Thanks for watching our video. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. Check out our website at QED-NE.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful.
Okay,
So
how are we going
David,
to work?
let me put your, I'll put your pitch
How
deck
are we going
back
to work
up.
the slide? Yeah, how are we going to work
And
the
you
slide?
if you move your mouse over those, I believe that you should be able to manipulate those. Let me remove myself from it. I think that you should be able to.
Okay. All right, got it. Let's see here.
Yeah, you might be able to get the mouse.
Well, I apologize for any of this technical issues that we have here, but essentially let's talk about the video first, and we'll figure out this slide remote presentation here. If that is true, then
No, it's not a USB.
it's on this side.
I don't have an extra. We don't have a mouse.
Okay. Tim, is this something that you could possibly hit the slide if I say next?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, just let me know when you say next slide.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Next slide. First off, our goals are fairly simple. We want to go to space with this engine. It's got enough power right now, and you'll see in slides down into the batch of these slides in the future here, that currently the technology that we have, if it was mounted up onto a microsat we could get to Mars in less than 18 days with the current power ratios and things that we have currently going on. And that's pretty significant. It's an accumulative acceleration. And if this will be available after the APEC for you to review at your leisure, to look at it again. But you'll notice as the needle goes up, it accelerates very quickly. It's an accumulative acceleration. And as we reach 1500 watts of power, and there's no propellant here, it's just DC volts, 48 volts with linear amplifiers that convert it up into up to 2400 watts of power. And for these particular tests, we always run about 30 seconds on them, and that standardizes our testing, our plots, and things that we use on our graphs, which have ultimately given us a exponential curve with our plots and an x squared number of like 9.999. So the curve fits really well onto the plot data that we have collected over the past years. Model 17, as I was mentioning, was a repair, so I wanted to test it, and that's why we had the video camera on it to see what was going to happen. Anyway, the results were very good. The restriction of the movement of the engine was actually due to the scale itself. The tongue, or that piece that hangs down where the motor hangs from, can be extended for that 475 grams of force. That could actually be extended 12 millimeters. So our linear displacement in that particular case was 12 millimeters as a result of the limitations of the scale itself. So that kind of in a nutshell is the explanation a little bit more onto the video and why we made it. Multiple scenes so that everybody can verify there's nothing up my sleeves. Here it is. There it is in the Faraday cage, and there it is going down. So our goals, again, are very simple. We're looking at going to space initially to put these engines as station-keeping motors on satellites. And the cost of an ion drive engine in perspective is like about $40 million. And with this type of technology, the cost would be more than half off of that initial price. And there are no moving parts, and therefore the duration of time, the duty cycle or life cycle of the engine would be far more extensive than just a few years with ion drive technology. And plus, you don't have to use the exotic xenon gas, and the whole thing is run electrically. There is software controls during testing. I usually manually control everything. I mix the fields, create the warp field, and then bring it up to power. So all that's done within a 30-second time period. And so what's pretty remarkable about it, if we compared this against an ion drive engine, you wouldn't see any movement whatsoever. You could put a Kleenex in front of the ion drive and you wouldn't even see it move. For example, to get it up to full speed in ion drive on a vehicle, say headed to Pluto, it takes well over 4 years to get it up to 25,000 miles an hour and then slingshot it around Saturn or Jupiter. And the whole idea of this thing, they got it up to 50,000 miles an hour, which was the fastest spacecraft ever deployed by humans. But in regards to this, it's an accumulative acceleration. So the time period with chemical rocket motors to get to Mars is more like less than 18 days with, like I said, the current forces that we can generate with the motor. Now you saw the motor in an inverted position, pointed in a downward direction. It does not thrust, it pulls. So that's a distinction different than any other kind of engine that you would see is that this actually compresses the fabric of space. It has redshift in the frequency into the motor. It can pull free-flowing objects on the other side of a solid object. We run an experiment called the Cavendish experiment. Next slide, please. And we run that experiment where we're actually pulling a torsion bar, and it's put inside of a wooden and glass case. And from out to 140 centimeters, we can influence the pull through the fabric of space, the compression of the fabric of space, through the solid object, which influenced the free-flowing object of the torsion bar itself. So it's lightweight. It doesn't require fuel. It has many, many advantages here. And plus the fact that any direction that you point this engine or manipulating the fields, you can direct a spacecraft and or wherever the engine is pointed, that's the direction it's going to go. Next slide, please. Now, a lot of people have always used and talked about Alcubierre and his accomplishments. It was a great theory. What we've actually empirically found out, it's not entirely true. The compression in the front doesn't equal the compression in the back. And the bubble is actually compressed in the front, but it gradually dissipates to the back of the engine. We also found out that the engine actually has a cooling factor. It will cool the ambient air within the cavity of the V shape, which we'll show you an image of that shortly, to 4.5 degrees Fahrenheit. So it almost acts like a Peltier diode in one sense, is that it has a cooling effect. And in your previous presentation, you saw the UAPs that have a cold spot around the outside of their craft. And we experienced the same type of cooling factor. We use thermal infrared cameras to capture that. And in some of the published papers that we have on our website, you can see the images that we have included within the papers if you so desire to go to the QED-NE website. Next. And how do we come up with this? Well, being a meteorologist, I teach physics, I teach astronomy, I have 10 different science subjects that I teach at 4 different universities. And during my 22 years of teaching, I've been investigating these accounts from pilots. And anecdotal as most people would consider, these pilot reports are pretty accurate. They may not know what had happened to them, but they certainly knew what happened to their aircraft. And in the more famous case of all of them is Bruce Gernon's case in 1970, where he gets wrapped up in a bunch of thunderstorms around Bimini Island, and 2 final thunderstorms are building up to the west of him, and he sees a tunnel, a sucker hole as they would refer to it. And what he does is he takes his aircraft, because he can't fly below it, the thunderstorm, nor can he fly above it. And the bottom line here is that he sees blue sky on the other side of the sucker hole. So he flies his aircraft, which is extremely dangerous to do this. And as he penetrates into the tunnel, he exits out within just a matter of seconds. And the girth of these thunderstorms out into the 20 degrees north latitude region off of Miami, these thunderstorms rage up to 78,000 feet, 80,000 feet with no problem at all. The amount of energy in these storms are absolutely tremendous. And I don't know if anybody realizes this or has heard the new breakthroughs in thunderstorm analysis, is that antimatter is actually generated within these large girthy thunderstorms of like 32 miles in wide. So this tunnel was very long, but he exited out of this thing just within seconds. He ended up in Miami Beach, Miami Beach, in just about a second from leaving the cloud. And radar approach picked him up. He was encapsulated with some ionized air around his aircraft. And he asked approach control, where am I? I don't know where I'm at. I was over Bimini Island. And they said, we don't have any aircraft at Bimini Island. We only have an aircraft here at flying on the south part of Miami Beach. And then the ionized air cleared from his windscreen and he was over land. He then flew to West Palm Beach where he landed. And the whole thing, next slide, please. Next slide. And let's go to the next slide. So he landed at West Palm Beach. The whole flight took 47 minutes. It usually takes like 57 minutes. And the idea here, he actually traveled extra mileage, 260 miles versus 240 from Andros Island to West Palm Beach. And he's made this trip over 14 times. They were working out negotiations to build a resort down in Andros Island. The problem with Andros Island is there's no fuel. So whatever you fly in with, that's what you fly out with. Upon refueling, he actually ended up with 9 extra gallons of fuel on board the craft, where he typically would take on a full load. He had actually ended up with 9 extra gallons. That accounts for that 100 miles of journey that he would have had to take, but he actually had a non-sustainable local space warp bubble. And the type of power that we're talking about inside these thunderstorms are such that if we make a comparison to the thunderstorm to a 13 kiloton atomic weapon, the thunderstorms produce 7.3 times 10 to the 15th watts of power in a 78,000 foot thunderstorm. And those are the calculations that I've made with the girth and all the other potential energy that you have to figure in with that. And the comparison to a 13 kiloton weapon is 10 to the 7th. So that's 100 million times more powerful, the thunderstorm, i.e., that's why, could we go one slide back? And i.e., that is why antimatter is actually generated within the thunderstorm. And this was detected back in 2007. There was speculation that thunderstorms could produce antimatter or positrons. And as we advanced more with the data collection from NASA, it was discovered that these thunderstorms are producing tremendous amounts of gamma rays. And during that time period, the Fermi spacecraft was deployed to space looking for antimatter in the universe, in our galaxy. Well, they did find pockets of it, but they kept getting this annoying amount of gamma rays, which is an aftermath of positron annihilation. And each time that annihilates, it's over 500,000 electron volts. So there's more than ample amounts of energy in these clouds. And the fact that the two clouds were side by side as they were growing, their fields overlapped and they generated the sucker hole at 10,000 feet, where he flew into and then exited and ended up at 10,000 feet over Miami Beach, which also is another distortion of Alcubierre's theory of point A to B with a warp bubble. And actually, warp bubbles are influenced by the mass of the Earth. So if you go to space, you have to be able to account for all the mass around you and navigate a straight line. It's going to require a different kind of complex navigation system on board, which supercomputer AI could do, and utilizing lots of red dwarfs as navigation buoys, because and since the beginning of time, or the beginning of our universe, no red dwarf has ever been known to burn out. So it's a kind of a permanent buoy in space that we could triangulate on to navigate. So that solves several other problems. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay, so within these thunderstorms, the engine evolution is directly related to the pilot reports and also work done by Earl Williams from MIT, where he had taken just inordinate amounts of upper air data and was analyzing it and came up to the conclusion is that thunderstorms actually are two pieces of a dipole, plus minus dipole and an inverted dipole, minus plus. And that's how these thunderstorms actually work. We have current flow out the top, goes back down into the land, and then up to the bottom of the thunderstorm. It's a lot different than what everybody perceives. Even the textbooks haven't really caught up to this yet. And so this is referred to as a tripole field. Next slide, please. This is a artist rendering of his aircraft going into what he described as the sucker hole. And it began to rotate around the aircraft, which was indicative of the fields that are the cross fields of thunderstorms in these tripole fields. Next slide, please. This is the data, the 47 minutes, 75-minute typical flight time for his aircraft. 28 minutes differential in time, 80 gallons of fuel, typically 38 gallons used in the round trip. But actually he went 250 miles versus 210 because he had to get around thunderstorms and make his way to the Bimini Island region. He only, when he landed, and this is something that's very unique about this pilot, is that he is very antsy about his aircraft. It was brand new off the production line, and he always keeps the tanks full because you never know when he's going to have to go out. So immediately upon landing, and I have his copy of his refueling statement, 29 gallons on that day. And that means that he didn't use 9 gallons of fuel, which he should have expended during this trip. Now, in order to make that 250-mile trip, he would have had to gone from takeoff to landing 319 miles an hour. And there's no low-level jet winds down in that region that amass to that kind of speed. I do a lot of, as a meteorologist, I have access to all kinds of archive upper air charts from the surface all the way up, and it does not occur. And it did not occur on that particular day either. So next slide, please. So something happened. And so we have other instances of pilots reporting similar activity. And in the 106 Air Transportation Group, Lieutenant Colonel Hopkins was a very high precision navigator. They were going from Kwajalein to Guam. It usually takes 6.5 hours. They did the flight in 5. And if you see the picture there, that's a modified B-29 Strata Cruiser, or in this case, a C-97. It's a lumbering 210, 220 miles per hour, and 6.5 hours, and then go less than take off an hour and a half, go 300 miles downrange. They were in thunderstorm activity, and they got caught up into a tunnel, and they got vectored downrange. And this has happened to other pilots as well. We won't go over that at this point, but next slide. Next slide. The same things happened to these pilots, even in the Tiger Moth and during World War II. Flying Officer O'Brien in this Tiger Moth aircraft, bi-wing airplane, went from North London, got caught up in an afternoon thunderstorm, and was doing radar testing and tracking, and got thrown all the way up to northern England. He flew back, refueled reported what happened. There was some damage on his aircraft due to the thunderstorm, and nobody believed him. He wrote it up, and later on, after some TV programs that we had done in the past, his relatives sent us his letter that he wrote up for his family, and where he documents the fact that he saw a hole in the thunderstorm, sucker hole, flew the airplane in, and he was whisked within like a second or so with the engine still running, open cockpit, and he was encapsulated within a non-sustainable local space warp bubble. That's the conclusion that I've derived. And so to prove that, next slide. Next slide. We were going to fly a UAV into a thunderstorm during the December timeframe to reenact the forecasting parameters that Bruce Gernon had experienced. And this is a very good time of year because as it happens, the time frames that we see these things occur around the world are in just the early December timeframe, which makes it very interesting. But nonetheless, these things will happen anywhere in the world. So there's a natural phenomenon going on here of generating local space warp bubbles. Next slide, please. So the fact that we had it all set up, but people began to back out. They said it was too dangerous. I decided to take it into the lab. And within a thunderstorm itself, you have a variety of different HF, VHF, UHF, and up into the gigahertz frequencies throughout the thunderstorm. The base is low HF, mid-range is VHF, higher range is the UHF and gigahertz range to the tops of the thunderstorms. And what I did was built two essentially thunderstorms with their plus, minus, minus, plus configurations of the tripole fields, and using an interferometer and with a laser beam in the split, next slide please, generated a fringe pattern. And the fringe pattern that we then produced was system on, system off. And we discovered that we were compressing a laser beam when the system was on. We took 149 shots of this, of turning the system on and off at about 25 watts of power. Or no, I'm sorry, it was at 10 watts of power. And so we saw this relationship of the shrinkage of the compression of the laser beam, and we began to suspect that we were actually creating an artificial warp bubble in this particular case, compressing the fabric of space. Next slide. In another experiment, in addition to the redshift experiment that we conducted of the frequency measurements into the motor of what actually generates the frequencies that go into the motor, which related to the VHF frequencies in mid-level over the cloud, we also did this experiment of ferrous and non-ferrous material, a glass wood case, and then we positioned the one of our smaller variant engines. These are etched onto a board, and we use 25 and 100 watts of power in varying examinations and tests. But the bottom line here was that the pulling ratio, no matter what you did, had the same curvature pattern, whether it was ferrous or non-ferrous material, which then at 140 centimeters to still get responses out to that distance was quite, I believe, very remarkable, which also then indicated to us is that something is really going on. It's not charging of the air. It's with ferrous or non-ferrous material. It is a compression of the fabric of space going through solid objects. Next slide. So as I've already hit this, I guess, some of the space-time metric conditions that we have already met with this. The development of the tripole fields, next slide, please. We used the fractal technology with this. And you may not be familiar with fractals. I mean, if you look at your cell phone, you have fractal antennas inside. They're not by any stretch these type of fractal antennas that were displayed on the previous slide. But these are modified Koch curves that are attenuated to the proper frequency within the center core of the thunderstorm. And that frequency was selected and utilized in the development of these tripole fields or the resultant fractals. And so essentially, what you're seeing there is one of our V-shaped engines are 4 tripole fields. And each tripole field acts as a thunderstorm and, as a simulation of the energy of what a thunderstorm can produce. And then we also have is the support equipment. We have our linear amplifiers. They're all custom made. We have a throttle control. The system works on battery, has been working on battery power for the last 6 years. So it is ready for space deployment in that respect, is that we do operate on battery power, and the whole system does in that respect. And that we also have a manual throttle, and it can also be computerized. The little screen of icons that you're seeing on the display screen there is there. It can be software controlled as well. You can set limitations within the scope of the power inputs and outputs and duration of time that you want to engage the engine. You can pulse it. You can go total duty cycle on it if you want. And everything is controlled by the throttles that I have there. So you can go from 0 up to max power of whatever's available on the system at that time during testing. We also have a clock there for seconds, so we can monitor our runs. We also have display screens on the cameras that go onto our meters so that we can see reflected power if there is any, all the forward power going into the engine. So there's a lot of preparation that goes into setting one of these things up. It takes a couple hours to run tests because everything has to, as far as I'm concerned, it's got to be, we have to write down all the data, the information, what's the temperature, pressure, humidity, all these type of factors before the cameras, and then the cameras have to be all set up and focused. Everything has to be tuned up, and then we engage. Yeah, term just like Star Trek, right? The warp doesn't quite work what everybody thinks it does. From unfortunately, science fiction has kind of ruined the real concept of how things are actually done. Next slide, please. You literally have to build a field with this. And these are the various components that we have within the system itself. It's working with VHF is very, very difficult. It's very touchy, exacting conditions for VHF. However, we're looking into utilizing other frequencies, but this is the one that we started with because we were mimicking thunderstorm activity, and that's what gave us our initial results. Next slide. There's that's model 17 that you're seeing right there. That's one that you saw into that video. Those were a times 600 cables. They were very semi-rigid cables, but the motor actually lifted that about a year ago, and we managed to lift 3.4 pounds. It went up a couple millimeters, and it lifted its harness in itself, and that was at 1650 watts of power. Next slide, please. So you have compression in the front, but it gradually expands to the rear. Next slide. And the way this whole thing works is we have the 4 tripole fields and we have the arrays on either side. And the energy, the propagation of the signal, comes out in perpendicular fashion. And there's a crossover point, and the V can be adjusted. So we go somewhere between 50 to 70 degrees of openings and run various tests at those openings. And what we discovered is that when the fields cross, they will create an internal lobe, which then compresses or goes in a downward direction. Next slide, please. And what you're seeing right here is the first actual warp bubble field generated by an artificially induced warp drive engine. And where the tripole fields exist on either end of the motor, it's approximately 2 foot in length. And the red zones there, that's where the Mach flux or the gravitational data sensors that we used in this native fruit accelerometer captured thousands and thousands of points. And we then made a screen, a mesh of the data at 4 inches above and 4 inches below the motor. And we first did the front end because we were curious as to what's really going on here. Can we really see the compression of the fabric of space? And you can. And the end result is on the back side of it, generating the field, it gradually dissipates. It's not an Alcubierre concept here. So I believe that the proof is in the development of this particular engine, where we pretty much have verified that it is compressing the fabric of space. It does influence stuff, and it does do a cumulative acceleration. But the back end of the motor is the warp field dissipates gradually, which would be somewhat similar to what an ion drive does in respect to once an ionized particle comes out through the thruster of the nozzle, it then becomes unionized and it goes back into becoming just a regular element of xenon gas. Next slide, please. So what we also discovered was not only that we could influence the mag flux data that we collected, but the accelerometer, we also affected gravity here. And the chart onto the right side of the screen with the various color representations. In this, and I have to emphasize here, what you're looking at occurred at 10 watts of power. That's what's so remarkable about these images, is they were created using just 10 watts of power. And with just 10 watts, we're able to affect 0.7, what was it? Say, I think it's 0.75 meters per second squared. And if you're familiar with gravity dosing in space and microgravity, you can grow plants in that environment. Double that, go to 20 watts of power, and go to 1.4 gravity doses or meters per second squared. And guess what? As an astronaut, you're going to be adhered to the floorboards of the spacecraft. So one of our other proposals is the generation of artificial gravity. Now, you're all going to be saying to yourself, how can you have warp bubbles within warp bubbles within warp bubbles? You can. And actually, instead of generating one large warp bubble, our concept is to generate multiple warp bubbles around the craft, which then combine into a larger one. And by varying those fields, you have full axial control of the craft. I've already done experiments hanging multiple engines down, increasing the warp fields on one to the other, and it will always turn to the strong side of the field. So you can turn, you can go up, you can go down, you go backwards, whatever direction that you need to go. And the other thing that we've discovered too is that you can vary when you get down to individual tripole fields. that you vary the amount of power going into those, you control and manipulate the fields. So future engines that we're going to be working on are going to have tripole linear accelerator or linear amplifiers that are going to be directly attached to the individual tripole fields and then individually controlled. So there'll be a quad control throttle that you'll be able to manipulate. Kind of like that Sioux City airliner that flew with just the engines. Their control surfaces were damaged by a turbine fan blade that sliced through them. And they managed to land the aircraft. They did crash on landing, but a lot of people survived that crash. But they manipulated the engines to go up, go down, turn to the left, go to the right. This is a similar like process, would be more exacting, obviously, to control a spacecraft or to control the station keeping of a satellite in space to keep it over the nadir, over the Earth. Because right now they go into like a little small figure eight configuration, burning the ion drive engines like something where about 14 to 18 hours a day to keep them on station. So there's that much drag in space that you got to constantly manipulate to keep yourself over your central point on Earth so you can have direct communications up and down. Next slide, please. This is the cooling effect of the warp engine. We actually detected a 4.5 degree Fahrenheit cooling. The engine off, engine on. And that was, again, a revelation of information and the fact of being able to manipulate the fields, varying intensities. We also have engines that have variable slides on them that we can manipulate the fractal spacing, and we can also manipulate the vertical orientation of the arrays. We can actually generate more power by offsetting the arrays from one to the other. The engines that we're testing right now is more for everybody wants to see the thing lift off the ground, and that's what we've been focusing our attention on, is to minimize the amount of power, maximize the amount of pulling power of the engine. And that's what we're focused on right now. I know all the other things that we've have discovered over the last 12 years, but we're trying to finalize less power, more work, output. Next. And these are some of the comparisons between Model 17 and some of the other known NASA EM drive, the the Dawn ion drive engine, NASA's next ion drive engine. And what we find interesting there is that, in a very short order of time, with 1,500 watts of power, that we can generate 15 newtons of force. The experiment that you just saw there, that was the physical maneuvering of the scale, of the pulling on the scale, and you saw the results there. We typically make our calculations on distance traveled and whatnot over this duration of time. How far did the thing go up? How much weight was it lifting at the time? And those are related calculations. But the difference is, even into NASA's next ion drive, they're using over 6,000 watts of power, and they're only generating 0.417 newtons of force. And that's, what can I tell you? Or 0.237 newtons of force versus, 41? I got to look at this closer. 4,170 seconds. And in this particular case, of this particular experiment that we did, 20 seconds, 15 newtons, 1,500 watts. You can see the advantage right there within the comparison is that it doesn't take a whole lot of wattage to generate newtons of force that would super exceed whatever has been put out there into space. And that's why we think this is more than a viable candidate, more than a viable option for future of space travel. One of the limitations, next slide, please. One of the limitations going to space is getting to point A and B in a reasonable logistics time. I mean, to take 10 months worth of logistics of food takes like close to 5,000 calories a day to feed an astronaut. It's cold up there, and they don't have extensive eating in these craft. But bottom line is, they're also floating around, and they got to do exercises, and they have atrophy of their muscles and everything else, any of their appendages. You put these smaller engines into the floorboards and run them at 10 to 20 watts of power, and we've run biologic tests on there. There's no effects and no harm on this. We've even taken control groups of special lab flies, and we have gone to the second generation to see for mutations, social behavior differences of the group of flies and how they act and all this. There isn't any difference. And we exposed these into some heavy wattage of power for well in excess of several minutes. And we also measured out radiation from this, and it came out to be 1.5 microrads. So in the background radiation that we experience here on Earth, it's anywhere between 12 to 25 microrads. During the Fukushima meltdown, we had over 85 microrads in the atmosphere right over Omaha. I have a monitoring station here that I keep track of stuff like that. And so the engine output is 1.5 microrads. It's nothing. Chernobyl to date still has 1,500 microrads. 1,000 microrads is 1 rad of radiation. So Chernobyl's still very, very radioactive. So in comparison, this is nothing. And this is why it would make it, again, a very good candidate to create artificial gravity within the context of spacecraft. Next slide. I don't know. What's the time here that we got? We're almost out of time. But I have a fusion reactor that if you're going to have a spacecraft, you're going to have power for these engines. And so I designed a actual engine, a fusion reactor. And I know you've already had some people discussing their versions of a fusion reactor. And this is a slightly different kind of reactor in that it represents, next slide, a protostar. It's the only time in nature that you can have fusion going on at the same time is that you're ejecting heavier particles that are in the fusion process. During the homologous collapse of the gases within the nebula, you end up with these counter-rotating fields. And using nature as a, it's already done all this stuff. And if you can mimic it, well, then you can build it. And that's what happened with the warp drive engine. It mimicked what a thunderstorm did. So it went on with the same kind of characteristics, teaching astronomy, of a protostar. Next slide. And so the actual reaction in this inertial electrostatic confinement system, we use high voltage to the center core to confine the deuterium gas. And one of the problems with a small fusar reactor has always been, as P.T. Farnsworth experienced, he got his to go for about 30 seconds before it conked out and used up all the fuel. But the issue was he never figured out a way how to refuel it. He had to actually stop the process and clean it and refuel it, and then go on to the next run. That was a limitation. Next slide. So utilizing a protostar activity, this is the only time in nature that you can draw fuel in at the same time that you're doing fusion, and then expend that heavier elements which then create a usually a confinement area around the core of a star once it becomes cocooned and it becomes a main sequence star. So the life cycle of the star is committed in the beginning, the birth, the mid-level life, and then the burnout of the star utilizing all of its fuel. Next slide. And so what I did was my design uses counter-rotating magnetic fields, and we use a allotrope of carbon slugs within the side of the reactor. Next slide. And this is the diagram here of how all of this would be put together. Next slide. And then there's an image of the actual reactor of what it would look like with the counter-rotating fields on left and right sides of the main sphere of the reactor, and also the power supplies that would then create the core 20,000 volts of electricity, the 600 volt electricity grid to the outside of the thermal blanket within the reactor itself. Next slide. And this would be using deuterium gas. Next slide. And those are the rendering of the carbon wheels that would absorb the heavier particles that are generated through the fusion process. And this allows then the reactor to be sustainable and utilizing deuterium gas. Next slide, please. And those are the energy equations. Next slide. So you basically have created a small star within a about a 15-inch sphere. You use deuterium gas, about 29 liters of it. And the idea here is to generate enough power to run the warp drives. Next slide. And we would draw the electricity off of thermoelectric generation, Peltier diodes. Space is real cold and reactor's hot. You can cool them down with the Peltiers, and we'll do a passive electrical generation. And we would be able to sustain a reactor for about a year and allow us to go around in space. Next slide. And that's what we need it for. Bluebird, or an equivalent spacecraft that will take passengers and or crew to explore space, to go from point A to B in rapid succession. Next. And there we are in the Milky Way galaxy. We're about midway of that. That's about 750 light years thick. We're in the middle of it, 1,500 light years thick, over 200,000 light years wide. This is what we think it is, a spiral galaxy. Some claim it's a barred galaxy, whatnot. But in order to exit out of the galaxy and look back, you're going to have to go at 1,000 times faster than light for well over a year to do that. And what I'm getting at is that we're going to be somewhat confined, even if we evolve this technology into being able to go faster than light. Getting around within the solar system will be ideal, but we're going to be limited within probably the context of about 1,000 light years around us, local space, as we would be confined in. So thoughts of grandeur of going to other galaxies and stuff, at least within the foreseeable 50 years or maybe less, I don't know. It depends on how fast we evolve this stuff. That's going to be our limitation, even though it's a highly advanced to what we have right now, but we're going to still be confined within the Milky Way. Next slide. And that's 3.3 billion miles to Pluto. And it took Project Horizon 10 years. And with one of our engines, we could get there in 126 days. Pretty fast. Very fast. So over 600,000 kilometers an hour. Okay. Guess we're kind of finish there, and I guess we'll take some questions whatever time we have left.
Wonderful.
Okay.
David, thank you so much. Let me bring in, let me see. I want to bring Mark in. I'll bring Jared and I'll bring Michael in. And let me see. We have Brian St. Clair as well with us. So actually, I don't think that we have enough time for questions. But what we do need to do is definitely applaud. Thank you so much. David, that was a brilliant presentation. I didn't realize you were going to go through the fusion reactor as well. So that was kind of a twofer. And let me apologize for the technical challenges. I know some of those were on your end, but I am so honored and overjoyed that you were able to get things working so that you could do this presentation, because that's absolutely amazing.
All last minute.
It's wonderful. Wonderful.
Could we just ask him about the term warp drive? Because a lot of people in the comments are having problems with that. That they think you need special negative matter or stuff that element 115 in order to create a warp field. Why are we calling this a warp field?
You don't need exotic energy to create warp bubbles. I've demonstrated that and with my research in the relationship of thunderstorms and how they can create warp bubbles themselves with copious amounts of unbridled energy. It doesn't require this exotic stuff that everybody's been preaching. The demonstration I thought was clearly demonstrated in the video that we took of there's no moving parts. There's nothing. What are you going to... How are you going to account for what that thing does? We've shown all the different experiments that demonstrate redshift, going through solid objects to influence objects on the other side. We've done everything here to demonstrate doesn't require exotic energy. And
well, I would have a few. I mean, there's a few improvements I would ask. I would think of for those experiments, maybe. But yeah. Well.
Yeah. Well, and so let me see. And Mark's putting some comments up right now. So again, we are at the top of the hour. I should mention, David. I can, during our panel discussion, I can play the video again. But I also put a link to the video in the Google Drive, and that's linked from the conference page. And I also put your presentation up there. And so again, thank you so much for your time today. It is truly a pleasure and an honor to have you with us.
My pleasure. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you again.
That's what's coming in the future. Right there.
Wonderful.
Thank you, David. Great job.
Okay. So everyone, again, and I just removed him, but yeah, again, tremendous presentation by David Perez. He presented, I think, last year, and this is so much. It's a better presentation. It's more focused. I think he covered a lot of the same concepts, but expanded on those and elaborated on those, and just adding in the fusion reactor was wonderful. So let's go into lab time. And this is you guys, this is your stuff. Mark, this is your thing. Where are we at, man?
Well, first thing I wanted to show David Perez was we actually got this came in from Russia, or actually from Kazakhstan recently. This is a amplifier that I was hoping to help him with producing more power for his next level of experiments, because they're sort of limited on power at 1500 watts, because that's what the state of the art is able to do with solid state devices. But with vacuum tubes, we found several that can produce up to like 4,000 watts at the frequencies that he's running at. So that's what this is. We got 2 of them, so probably able to go up to like 6,000 or 7,000 watts of power once that's hooked up properly. We've been pretty busy over the last couple of months. While APEC was quiet, we were still working. Some of the projects that we've been working on here, I'll be presenting. I don't think we have time for everything. But let me just dive right into it. So one of the first things we did was this project over here. We call it the gravity plating experiment. And this was based off of a guy who claimed that he was part of the secret space program, and he saw some gravity plating stuff while he was on Ceres. And I tried to turn it into an experiment. He said that there was these metal, these are hexagonal shaped boxes. They were actually a little bit smaller than this, that were in the floor, that were creating this artificial gravity. And we presumed that it was made out of iron. And the thought process was that transferring current through iron, being that the iron is ferrous, and when you pass a current, you create a magnetic field, and the magnetic field is then shorted out by the same iron that it's passing through. Maybe there's a resonance point where you can create, you can convert electromagnetic energy directly into gravity. And apparently the shape was important as well. So one of the first things we did when we built this, welded it all together, was we tried impulsing it with a large capacitor bank that we had. And I'm going to show you the video of that right now. Here it's loading up. So this was the capacitor bank that we got from George Hathaway Lab. 10,000, I think it fired at around 7,500 volts. And you're watching the slow speed camera of that firing. The results of this experiment were inconclusive at best. The amount of movement that we saw in the air could have moved anything, so it wasn't necessarily gravity pulses. But you do see, the weights on the other side moving. More research needs to be done into this to see if there's actually any result. I did not find any resonance, just with a pulse. That was just one big bang. We had like these copper plates at the end over here to finalize the contact point, and that moved as well. So there was probably airflows created as well. In a later experiment, we did this using an arc welder and varied the frequency. And we did see some small movement on a torsion bar in that case. But it wasn't very significant, and the amount of power being used was not a lot. So that's where we're holding with this experiment. And here, it's speeded up. You can see some of the sparks there, just slowly. They're slowly flowing away. This is at like a couple, like 20 or 30,000 frames a second on our high-speed camera. How do I remove this? Okay. Some other experiments we had going on was this. This device was dreamed up between a conversation between ChatGPT and Todd DeCiato. And what we wanted to see with this is whether you can use sound. This is a speaker here to create thrust. Now, sound is movement. It's a longitudinal wave. It's moving in and out, or it's like a pressure wave. So it's not actually pushing anything. It's pushing and pulling equal and opposite. But if you have a tuned cavity like we have over here, and the way this cavity was made we've got a spin lathe, and this was tuned. The cavity was made so that the resonance point would come up just above that hole right over there. And when we turned it on, we did see 0.03 newtons of thrust. That was enough to get the whole thing swinging. In a later iteration, we cut a hole on the other side and put this buzzer on it, and that doesn't work. It needs to be with the speaker and tuned properly for that to work. So we did see a couple of grams of thrust with this device. So that was pretty promising. Another thing that we've tried, and I do have the slow motion video footage for this as well, but I haven't uploaded it yet. So I don't know if you're familiar with a Halbach array of magnets. So you have a magnet facing this way, and then that way, and then that way. And what ends up happening is the overall magnetic field is stronger on one side than it is on the other. This is a coil that follows that same principle, and we impulse it. What's been happening with this is if we put in more than a couple joules of power, the thing just breaks apart. So it needs to be reinforced much better. And there are a couple slow motion videos of the thing basically just falling apart. Another experiment that we're working on over here. Again, we have more UFO-like disks. So in the center, there's going to be a smaller saucer that we already have built. It's right behind me. And we're going to have them spaced out equally with these little spacers over here so that there's a chamber inside. It's like a double layered hull. Now, if anyone here is familiar with the Salvador Pius patent, that's exactly what we're trying to replicate with this. We're going to be inserting RF energy or microwaves through that hole over there, and we're going to be polarizing the two separate hulls to a different DC voltage and measuring the entire apparatus for weight loss. So outside hull would be probably ground and the inside would be negative, or vice versa. And we'll measure this entire thing for weight loss. According to his patent, this is the Salvador Pius patent when he was working with the Navy, that RF, an RF cavity that has a potential across the two sides of the RF cavity would create a weight loss or a inertial mass shielding effect, which is something similar to what we're doing with the Alzheimer's experiment. The only way to do that, the only way to have an RF cavity with a potential across it, is to have two hulls. You have either a ball on the inside and a ball on the outside, or in this case, we're going to have basically a saucer shape on the inside and saucer shape on the outside, with the space in between being even on all sides. That's our RF waveguide, and the high voltage potential is across the two hulls. So that's another experiment that we're working on. With the Alzaphon experiment, we've come a long way with our setup. Todd DeCiato helped out, and we automated the magnetic field so that it can sweep automatically. So I don't have to sit there turning a knob anymore and possibly ruining the data by touching stuff or breathing on stuff, because the equipment is pretty sensitive. So we're able to just push a button and leave the whole setup to run for the next 2 hours. Another thing we got is a new signal generator, which is going to allow us to not only do pulses of RF energy, but it will allow us to do amplitude modulation, frequency modulation, and pulsing and combination of all three simultaneously. And in one of the later variations, what we're planning on doing is as soon as we lock on to the electrons Larmor frequency, we'll during the 5 millisecond pulse, we'll be changing the frequency ever so slightly, just by about a kilohertz. So it's 9.5 gigahertz carrier frequency, and that's going to be rising by 1 kilohertz over the course of 5 milliseconds. And then there's going to be a 5 millisecond shutoff, which would then allow the electrons Larmor frequency to transfer orientation to the core. This is for the dynamic nuclear orientation experiment that we have going on over here with the Alzaphon experiment. Also with that experiment, we have something else going on. There's when Professor Earl was down here from Albany State University, he suggested that we try casting metal inside of a magnetic field. And that is easier said than done, because any casting equipment that you use needs to be non-ferrous. Because if you have a ferrous casting and you stick it inside of a magnetic field, you're not actually casting in a magnetic field. You're casting, the magnetic field lines will go through the iron or whatever it is, metal on the side. So we made these little discs out of a type of plastic that is specifically meant for casting. And this is going to be covered by a ceramic coat. And then we'll be burning out the plastic, and the ceramic coat on top of it will then be used as a casting method for it. So that's something that should be happening in the next week or so. We made a whole bunch of these, and these plates are going to each one is going to represent one casting mold, so we'll be able to try different metals, different combinations of metals. And the idea is by cooling it off inside of the magnetic field, going from a liquid state to a solid state, inside the magnetic field will have a pre-polarization of the atoms, and that will make them more susceptible to dynamic nuclear orientation. One other thing that we had going on was, and this Michael and I were talking about, and I'm going to try to replicate it again. But when we were at a UFO fair giving live demonstrations of superconductors, which aren't, by the way, anti-gravity as far as I can tell. Something very strange happened that I've never seen this before. So I'm going to try to replicate it, but I've never seen it before, and we'll see if it happens again. So basically what we had happen was the superconductor, it was actually this one, or one of these. I had it hanging below a magnet over here, and it was like tilted slightly, and it was turning. As it warmed up, the superconductor, instead of falling down, rose up toward the magnet and then fell down, which is kind of strange because you'd expect it, as it's warming up, to lose its flux pinning abilities and just slowly to fall down back into the beaker. Jeremiah had some explanations for it, and Michael Perrone also had different explanations for it. Todd. So I couldn't really come to an agreement with exactly what was happening. I'm going to try to replicate it again today, and we'll see if we can get that same result and see what happens. So we do have some liquid nitrogen left over from the fair here. I'm going to give this a shot. That's liquid nitrogen for you over there. I'm going to place the magnet inside. Actually, probably better do it this way. Okay. Now the superconductor is cooling down. I have the magnet on top. I have the magnet below it, actually. Now, as it goes through its critical temperature, it will start to become superconducting. And oh, no, we're not there yet. Hold on one second. Tom, can you get me some more liquid nitrogen, please? I have to be able to balance all this. Yeah, get a little more. Yep, move yourself. Okay. Now just lift the whole thing up and pour it in. You get anything on it?
I don't think so.
Just lift it up. Yeah, just lift the whole thing up.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's enough. Okay, this is going to take a couple more seconds. Okay, on it. So that's the superconductor cooling down right now. I think it should be in its critical state already. Can you just hold the camera? Hold the camera, yeah. That's the view. So, yep, it is quantumly locked right now. We got flux pinning going on there. Now, yeah, this is the situation that we had. Now let's see what happens as it warms up. Now the magnet is pretty cold. Oh, it did the same thing this time too. Look, it pulled up towards the magnet and then it fell down.
There we go.
Now, yeah, the exact same thing just happened right now. Okay, right now it's pinned to it. It is a perfect diamagnetic material right now because it lost its pinning. So everything now it just wants to fly away from it. I'm gonna have to warm it up in order to get to do a repeat of that. So at least we're able to replicate it. Put that back in there.
Yeah, so the gist of this effect is as it goes up through its transition temperature, the amount of pinned flux lines actually increases, and the only way that can happen is if it goes towards the magnet. Simple enough.
Jeremiah had a different explanation that some of the pin lines could have been from the close. Could have been pinned closer to the magnet, and some of them were pinned farther away. So as it warms up, the ones that were pinned farther away actually disappear, and the ones that are left are the ones that are pinned closer to the magnet.
Whatever. So Tim, do we still have Michael Anderson and the other guy there? We could ask some questions.
Well, I got
Tim, you're muted.
Sorry about that. So Michael had to leave. He did have to leave for the day. But you know what? So Mark, if that's everything, should we do other lab partners then? Should we go to?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
Michael or Brian.
You know what? Let me actually, if it's okay, let me go to Brian St. Clair, who has been patiently and quietly waiting. If that's okay. Let me put Michael on solo mode there.
Hello.
Thank you. And yeah, go ahead, Michael. Or Brian. I'm sorry.
All right. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. Perfect. All right. Yeah, this year has been pretty exciting. We've had a lot of things going on. Starting right with the first of the year when we actually had our first sustained and repeatable thrust from the Trammell engine. That was the biggest breakthrough since we started this project a few years ago. It will sustain. It's repeatable. It happens every single time. This motor, I'm calling this version 1 at this point because we are starting a second version. Version 1 is going to be more or less a museum piece at this point. It's going to be a study item. I know what I would like to do to get some more power out of it, but it's not built to withstand what I want to do to it. So we actually started a version 2 just a few weeks ago. I did go and get a milling machine for our shop, and we are making the parts as precise as possible. We're in pretty good shape there. I know Ross was going to be on as well, but I don't know what's going on there. I can't get a hold of him right at the moment. So I don't know. You know, there's not a whole lot more going on than that. It's a lot, and yet it's really not a lot. I do have the Trammell here behind me. Let me get the camera moved around just a little bit here so that we can see it a little bit better. And I have changed up the motor on this. It's we're actually using a starter from a car because that way I've got good, solid, repeatable RPMs. I don't have to worry about, you know, the motor not having as much strength as it should, or as it gets hot, they tend to get a little weak. This one, it'll overpower anything I'm throwing at it at this point. I do have it right now hanging. It's not actually on anything. These are just there in case something was to break. We don't have a humongous crash. And what we're doing for a speed controller right now is actually a carbon pile load tester. So it's a carbon pile resistor. It's capable of outputting upwards of 800 amps. This doesn't ever draw that much, but I thought maybe everybody would like to see a real quick demonstration. As you see, we're free floating over here. As I turn it up, it's going to get a little noisy. I'm not sure how much noise canceling is going to happen here, so hang on 1 second. And we just lost a connection. That's all. But and when I lost the connection, it was the weight of the connection that we lost along with that. There we go. And just how it was hanging. Okay, so let's try it one more time. Yeah, when it dropped it, it messed with the pivot points here. But anyway, yeah, it was obviously on the move when the cable came off of it. I do have a solenoid on here so that I can start it and slam it really hard at full speed with no ramp up. But that is more for test purposes than anything else. I don't like to demonstrate it that way, only because it's going to tear itself apart. As far as anything else going on in the lab, that's pretty much been it. We the new machine, this one weighs somewhere right around 320 pounds, 330 pounds, probably with this motor on it. The new machine is going to be made primarily out of aluminum. The rotating components are going to be mostly aluminum. The framework is going to be 99% aluminum. So we're going for as much lightweight material as we possibly can. And that one, we're hoping to be able to take it out in the real world and do some real world testing. I guess that's pretty much it. I don't know too much more. If anybody's got any questions, you're certainly welcome to ask.
Well, Brian, no, thank you. Thank you so much. That's awesome. That's awesome. So Ross just popped in, but let me, if it's okay, let me go to Michael Perrone first. And again, Brian, thank you so much for sharing that.
You're welcome.
So Michael, what do you have for updates? And I know you've been working on a ton of stuff as well. Oops, and you're muted, sir.
Thank you. The biggest update is we're working on a replication of Daniel Sheehan's work from a while back with the ways to avoid, I wouldn't say violate, but avoid the second law of thermodynamics. I mean, yeah, we'll get into that at some later date, but so far it's results seem promising, but it's a little early. Yeah, I mean, I had a bunch of questions about the VEM drive, if that fellow's still around. Might as well. Or not.
I mean,
no,
that's
yeah,
I think thing. All of our presenters, are gone for the day, unfortunately, but.
Oh, well. Yeah, so that's the big thing.
Back out, though.
Yeah, that's the big thing is replications of Dan Sheehan's work based on Vladislav Kapek's book, Challenges to the Second Law of Thermodynamics. The underlying principle is simple enough. When you derive thermodynamics from statistical mechanics, you have some additional assumptions like ergodicity, which are not completely generally true. There are some systems where that's not necessarily the case for. For example, mesoscopic systems where things don't average out to a Boltzmann distribution. So you basically, wherever standard statistical assumptions, wherever they don't apply, you have room to get around the standard thermodynamics because it's built upon statistics to begin with. Anyway, that's the gist of it for now, but not much more to say on that yet.
Awesome.
It'll be interesting.
Okay. Okay. So we'll go back there. So let me, you know what? Let me bring Ross in here. So I think, and Jared, did you have experiments that you wanted to share? You have lab stuff, or do you?
I've been improving upon the gravel flyer, but I don't think I got anything that's really worth sharing on top of that yet.
Okay.
I would say though that I've also been kind of working with Charles as well as another individual nearby me, and Charles has some excellent experiments. You should go all check out his channel, Charlie C on YouTube, and see some of the stuff he's been doing with some high voltage electrostatic lift experiments.
Okay, and then you know what? If we have time, we should probably come back to Chat GPT. But let me go to Ross really quick. Okay, so there is Ross Small. It has been a long time, sir. Let me put you on solo layout. So Ross? What do you have?
So basically, we can't disclose everything about the Trammell engine. But early on, first I want to mention that this whole thing started with Mike Marsden's Mach 1. His name is Mike Marsden, spelled Marsden. Mike Marsden. His full name is Michael John Marsden, and he created an invention he calls it the Mach 1, which he says stands for the macroscopic version of the inner quantum workings of matter. So he just shortened it to Mach Quan. And then 1 was the first invention he'd made, and he also later made a Mach 2. Probably, I don't even know what he's up to now. But I still correspond with him, but this was all based off of his theories. So basically, this is the way he explains how it works. It's the conversion of angular acceleration and angular deceleration only into linear acceleration. So we know linear acceleration is thrust. That's ultimately what you're trying to do. So how you do that is this. Let me show you. You have a machine like this. You have to have this shape, an X shape. So these are we call these sliders or shuttles. They slide back and forth. But when this whole thing is rotating, when this whole thing is put into a frame, I don't have it in a frame, I just have it outside of the frame. This is basically what Brian St. Clair has, is a drum, a hidden drum, not exactly like this, but sort of, the same kind of concept. But you have to basically have this X shape, and that's where the conversion comes, because these sliders are actually quite literally sliding linear back and forth. But when this whole thing is rotating inside of a frame, from that reference frame, they appear to be rotating in a circle, actually, because this is your mount right here. These little bolt holes is where you mount weights, heavy weights. So this side we call the real weighted side. And then so you see how that's at the top. We call that the top hemisphere. And then you spin it around, there's two inverse opposite sliders that are down here in the bottom hemisphere. And this is where you would have your fake mass, we call it virtual mass. And let me show you how I initially did it. Let me show you. So on this side, you would not have this solid metal rod here. You would actually have this thing. We call these spring poles. And there's literally a spring hidden inside of the pole. So basically, as this is spinning around, this spring is basically pushing outwards, kind of mimicking as though there's two heavy weights spinning around in a circle, but there's not. On this side, there's not. It's just empty. It's just, but the springs are pushing out, giving the fake appearance of centripetal force. But there's not really centripetal force here. It's just a trick. And then in the center, how they're connected is I think you can see it. There are these braided stainless steel wires. That was the initial way I did it. But we call them the parallel tethers. That's the parallel tethers that connect them together. They stay parallel all the time. And that's where the conversion comes. It's he calls it mass displacement. But let me see if I can put the camera in an angle to where I can show you all the linear tethers moving. I think you can see that. So that should give you a good angle of the inside of this thing. That's kind of what's going on here. There's these linear tethers. But I might actually undo the tethers real quick just to kind of show you what it looks like when the sliders are moving back and forth. Let me just take the tethers off. One tether off, get the second. Second tether. So this is basically what it looks like when the shuttles are going back and forth. I want to kind of show you what it looks like. So as you can see, basically, they're linear sliders that slide back and forth, but in this, this hub would rotate on a frame on bearings. So as it's stationary, you could see, these sliders are clearly just going back and forth. But when you get this whole drum spinning from the outside, it looks like they're spinning around in a circle. They don't look like they're going back and forth, but they really are, So it's basically, you have to create this weird situation where it's like a converter. Like you convert, it's not just acceleration or deceleration, it's both. So it's like a wave format. So it's acceleration for 90 degrees of the turn, then sudden deceleration for 90 degrees, then sudden acceleration for 90 degrees, then sudden deceleration for 90 degrees. So basically, he figured out how to do it with acceleration just alone. But the problem is, obviously, if you keep accelerating a disk, eventually it gets so fast, it just explodes, So this way, it's accelerating and decelerating. So you have it at this kind of average speed. It's never truly going like a certain RPM exactly. It's literally changing speed 4 times per rotation. Actually, it's 8 times per rotation, because you got to remember these shuttles are, on one half hemisphere. So when this whole thing spins, it's actually doing it 8 times instead of 4 times. So every time this whole drum spins, it's actually accelerating and decelerating 8 times per rotation. So we're talking about microscopic difference. It's not like a huge difference in speed. It's just a very minute, tiny difference of speed, but that's enough, to get converted down those linear tethers. And the springs are what do it. It's the orientation, the way it changes. But as you see, it was pretty difficult for me to spin it even with the tethers not connected. But then when you connect the tethers, it makes it even harder. But then when you put a spring, when you have an actual spring in there, when you have a spring pole, then it gets really hard to spin the thing. And this was my original spring, a very powerful, spring that I used originally. But basically, we have so many different types of springs that we're experimenting with, stronger or weaker, changing the speed of the whole thing. But this was more of just a test piece to kind of show you what, the theory behind it, what's actually kind of going on in there, but not giving it away completely, because this machine wouldn't work. This is just a theoretical test kind of toy to kind of show you the shuttle, what we call the shuttles or the sliders, parallel tethers, and that kind of stuff, the attachment points for the weights. But yeah, I guess that's it. That was good. But this kind of was a good demonstration to kind of show you, but not give it away.
Tim, you're muted.
Okay, sorry about that. I owe you an apology, Ross. I hit remove from stream instead of remove from solo layout. That was my fault. So let me apologize for goofing on that. Well, thank you for demonstrating that for us. I mean, I saw that actually on another channel, and that takes us to the media partners thing, which we'll come to in a few minutes, I guess. But So again, this is kind of our lab section. I'm really excited. I mean, there are so many experiments going on. Like Mark kind of gave us an overview of some of the things he's working on. He has a ton of projects, and he has even more stuff that's kind of like underway with parts on order. He's waiting for things to come in. He's waiting for things to be finished. That we have other experimenters as well, and so just there are so many lab experiments going on right now. This is just kind of a small view. If it's okay, you know what, I want to show you guys. I'm going to go back to our research labs page, and let me share this screen very quickly. Okay. So in terms of research labs, this is something that I added to the APEC website. You can see Ted Pittman's device there. So again, Falcon Space, right? That is Mark's team, and that's a growing team. Warp Drive Tech, that is Todd Desiato, and Todd is doing work with Mark as well. St. Clair Tech, it's Brian St. Clair and Ross, and they are both working on similar projects. Join the technicians, Jeremiah Pop, and he has been working with a number of people. He's been working with the hover coil as well lately. Spaceflex Technology, I think this is a tentative name. I'm not sure. This is Mike Gamble's organization. For those of you who are regulars, you know Mike. Mike has done many presentations at APEC. He is also doing inertial propulsion devices. And this is Arigma Butler Labs, Drew from sunny Florida, who has presented many, many times. But the thing I wanted to show you, scrolling down, and you can see Ross's former device there, is I also have a growing list of, these are organizations that have appeared on APEC. If you are one of these and you're not on that list, let me know and I'll add you. If you're doing experiments, if you're building things, and if you know of others, maybe that we've missed in the past, we've had so many people present. Again, just let me know there. So I'll stop sharing that one and back to our screen. So I think, is this it for our labs, or do you guys have more to share? Mark, do you have more you want to run us through some more stuff?
Oh yeah, there's something else that I forgot. So George Hathaway from up in Canada actually sent us an EPR machine, which is back over there. This is an actual EPR machine. It's the Variant E3. And this was the actual machine that he ran the Alzapon experiment on way back in the 2000s, I think 2002. And he included the notebook with paperwork. So big thank you to George Hathaway for that. We also got we got a lot of stuff from George, actually. That, and also we got the nitrogen laser came in the same package. So we're going to have a lot of experiments going on with some of the equipment that George has donated to us. So big thank you to George.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. Oops. Oh, and that's overlapping. There we go. Still getting used to it. Still getting used to StreamYard.
Tim, can I show the GPT thing?
Yeah. Jared, could you do that? Could you show us GPT? Yeah. Let me put you on solo layout. And you are getting a little bit of background noise, but
okay. It could be because we're all unmuted.
I think it's Jared's mic. I think he has something going in the room. Could be a fan, maybe, or.
There we go. All right, so y'all can see that, I believe. So we've been working on getting GPT tied in with this library of like 18 gigabytes worth of anti-gravity type of documents. And this is the most primitive version of it yet. You can search for a term and it lets you search through the library. And as we scale this up, we're going to be implementing GPT-like answers with it, where you can do more than just single keyword search terms. You can actually ask it questions so that you can do your research based off of the collected knowledge that we have here. This is very similar to something that was just unveiled this last week by Kurt Jamungal over on Theories of Everything. He was interviewing John Greenwald Jr. Over there at the Black Vault, and the Black Vault is 3.2 million documents. It's insane the amount of documents that he has FOIA requested. But what Theories of Everything decided to do was pretty much the same thing we're doing. You can GPT question and answer form all 3.2 million documents, and it will give you the snippets out of those documents. The one difference between ours and this one is this one doesn't actually tell you what document it came from, whereas ours, you can at least trace it back to the original documents. So it's really exciting being able to leverage these new technologies to be able to like supercharge our research efforts.
Oh, okay, and that was everything. Okay, well, let me bring everybody back in. So I think, guys, I mean, let me see. Do you think that's it for now, or that may be it for our?
Yeah,
that
probably is. Do we have
Okay.
media partners in ready yet?
Yeah. Well, let me give you a hand. I am going to give you a hand for hard work and diligence and actually building things, right? Which is, I mean, none of these pretty posters behind me matter unless people actually build things. Otherwise, it's just pretty posters behind me. So, thank all of you, and thank everybody out there for getting involved in building things and doing hands-on work, right? I mean, scientific theory is fun and useful and all that, but unless people construct things.
And if you are constructing something and you want to present at the next conference, other than the open discussion one, reach out to Tim or I, and we'll be able to discuss it to get you into the StreamYard.
Yeah, and I'm going to put, let me see, alternative propulsion at gmail.com, right? I think I'll put your email in there so folks can reach out directly to you, and that's going out there. So alternative propulsion at gmail.com. If you want to reach Mark at Falcon Space, and he is the master of time and space and machinery and tooling and many other things. Look at, yes, see, look at the humility. Look at the humility.
Not quite.
So, but and I'm so pleased and honored that you guys are all building things. That's amazing. That's how this actually moves forward. Otherwise, it's just analyzing UFO videos and doing math. So, okay, well, we're a few minutes before the top of the hour, but Steve Ellswick is with us. So what I want to do now is I'll take everybody out, and I am going to. Let me see. I'm going to go to Steve. We will put him on. Okay, Steve, media partners. Okay. So Steve, in this part of it, and what I will do is run through all of our media partners. Let me thank you for helping us promote this conference. But I also wanted to ask, what are some of the top stories and topics that are open to you? And I think we should also help promote the Tesla Tech conference, which has a lot of overlap with what we're doing, and you've been doing it forever. So should I put your flyer up? Let me put the extraordinary conference up there.
Okay, this is our conference coming up in August, the 2023 Extraordinary Technology Conference from August 9th to 13th. I just got back from the Contact in the Desert that was in Indian Wells. It was very well attended. They only had like a couple thousand people there instead of the 5,000 they had in 2019. Still, that's a lot of people. I'm not used to seeing that many people. But ours is nowhere near that big. But I'm just pleased to see a lot of people starting to get out again and going to these things. The importance about our conference is that it's all about people, and we're trying to get people to meet people. And we also provide people a place for people to bring out their inventions and actually demonstrate them in public. We do not do an online conference. It kind of defeats the purpose of the what we're trying to achieve, and that is getting people there. This year we have a lot of hardware. I'd like to point out Ralph Sudas going to be there, and he has about 6 different inventions he'll be demonstrating, and we'll actually be setting up an entire spa there for people to try all this stuff out and everything. We try to cover a wide gamut of issues from health to alternative energy to anti-gravity and even just conceptual stuff. So we try to run the gamut. Without live conferences where people can come and actually touch and see things, a lot of the stuff that we do is unbelievable. We're starting to use the term disruptive in our title there. Like, if you notice on the thing, it says extraordinary disruptive technology topics feature. Everything we do is basically disruptive. It was the status quo. Well, you got the IEEE and these other organizations that kind of push that forward, but we're the disruptors. We're the people out there who take the status quo and totally destroy it, for better or for worse, And now what you see coming is, in the past, we focused on Tesla and everything, and they had this field called radionics, and that was what we call woo-woo stuff, that gets kind of way out there. But now it's starting to come more and more to the forefront in the terms of quantum mechanics and quantum science. And now they got a new term called quantum entanglement, and I believe that would be what is known as the old radionics. Now, a lot of the stuff that we have on our website at teslatech.info is a link to our channel, YouTube channel. And we have all the global science conferences in the past. And global science was pretty heavy in the radionics and that. So you're going to find stuff on our channel that you're not going to find anywhere else. A lot of the stuff that we have on our channel is for members only. For one reason, if you put things behind a paywall, YouTube and the censors tend to stay away from you, But the minute you bring it out in the public, and make it a free public thing, then all of a sudden you start seeing them come out of the woodwork and start slamming you, and they can even pull your account for a while. I've had that done to me 3 times already. I just gotta stay, be careful what I put in the public and what I put in the members only. Our last 3 conferences are for the most part members only. I am going to try to get about 2 or 3 people in the public from more recent conferences. All of our conferences are recorded at this point. I don't know. Like I said, we cover the wide gamut. We have an old favorite of mine is Jeff Hayes. He will be coming. Jeff is coming out with a new book, and he does the Tesla turbine. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Jeff. The guy is very he's a lot better speaker than I am, and he's done a lot of research into the area of Tesla turbines, which could be one of the key factors in our research. The Tesla turbine is the only turbine in the world which you can operate with solid material. In our past magazines, Extraordinary Technology magazine, we've even had studies. We published studies that have done where they use sawdust as a combustible material, and they ran it through the Tesla turbines, and no damage whatsoever. You take a regular turbine, you throw that stuff in there, it's going to destroy it, probably within the first 5 minutes, of running something like that. But so that kind of technology could be the salvation of things like the coal industry, because if you run powdered sawdust through it, you can run powdered coal through it, and eliminate some of the steps that you have to take. But even more important is David Pantone with the GEAT technology. And with GEAT, you're taking and you're unlocking the carbon out of the hydrocarbons, and so you don't get the carbon monoxide or the carbon dioxide that you normally get when you're locking the oxygen into the hydrocarbon or into the carbon. So yeah, that's a very promising technique, and you could hook one of these devices on the back end of a Tesla turbine, and you can have a plant that's spewing out oxygen as opposed to the carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, the global warming which are coming. My next issue of our magazine I'm working on, I'm going to be covering this global warming phenomenon we're seeing currently, and I know that we and the people at this conference are holding the keys to some of the solutions for this. We can't be a fossil fuel based society forever. It's time to move onward and forward and onward. That's where I'm heading, with our technology. Hydrogen is playing a more important part. We're starting to look into nanocarbons and the way they can be used to generate electricity, just from the fibers itself. We're looking at water spacker technology, which you're using scalar technology to manipulate the structure of the water or the air, or even the batteries. When you run this stuff through, a lot of this stuff, 20 years ago when I got started here, was total fantasy land and everything. I think we're well beyond that at this point. What was we were ridiculed for in the past is now the hot topics now. You want some good source material? We have it. I encourage all of you to come to the conference, and learn things, like Richard Blankenship. He's coming in there with tetraionics, which is kind of like using a triangular based concept of math, So if you get a chance, come out there and learn more about tetraionics. They're the grammar to the math. If mathematics is a language, then tetraionics is the grammar.
Yeah. Well, Steve, if it's okay, I just wanted to jump in, and I would definitely recommend that, people learn more about Tesla Tech. Also, you have a channel. You've talked about your channel a little bit. That's something, you know what? Let me see. We should actually, do you think that you might be able to put that up on the screen? We could see Steve's place, see the YouTube channel.
I don't know. You'd have to be able to get to my screen. I don't have that available.
You know what? Here, let me do a lookup really quick.
But I've done some of this work on these technologies myself. Probably the one I found the most fascinating was the Kipper motor, which we built back when I lived in Stanfield. That was back in around 1998. And maybe a bit 1999. That's when I met Kipper, and he had this motor, which was a motor generator, and we put that thing together, and we had a 10 times output, 3 amps in, 30 amps out, and I could never believe that would ever work, and that's a come. I'm looking at a lot of this stuff, When we built that thing worked for 3 weeks and then stopped working. Kipper went on to build bigger ones with these other people who did not want me to be involved, with the research, because they're trying to capture it, you see. But as Kipper did more and more with that, he kept running into the 3-week problem. And instead of trying to figure out why this thing only worked for 3 weeks, the people who were backing him at that time just wanted to call him a fraud, which I know he wasn't a fraud. This stuff really works. The problem is, a lot of the stuff is anomaly, and that's what the whole Tesla field is, based on anomalies. When Tesla was building his Tesla coils and that, he didn't want to, like engineers are trained to get any anomalies out, like the high points, like when you turn a circuit, you get that big swing, Well, you want to, as an engineer, you want to dampen that, get rid of it, okay? That's what engineers do. But that's not what Tesla did. He tried to amplify that, and that's where your free energy stuff comes into, by amplifying the transients. And if you ever listen to a Tesla coil, a spark speaker, like we know we have a spark on your Tesla coil, being driven by music, like say Bach's the best because it has a lot of transients. So when you see that coming out of there, and all of a sudden you hear that real tinny sound, you know, but it fills the whole room up, you know. But there it does it because of transients. If you were to dampen that waveform and make it your typical sine wave, you want to hear you don't get those kind of effects. So all the free energy stuff that we're doing, you know, and probably even in the anti-gravity, is to some degree transient effects, and we just got to figure ways of harnessing them, you know. That's what capacitors do in some ways, you know. If you ever put a capacitor, like if they used to have like these electronic junkyards, you know, and you go in there and you have these big, huge capacitors they use on power systems. And we're talking your line systems outside the one of the power houses. You take it, and if you don't have that thing shorted out together, you could walk past that thing and get zapped, you know, with a pretty good arc, you know, could even kill you, you know. That's because it's a collector of transient energy, you know, and the whole thing is filled transient. Now, if Kipper's motor in that, it was a motor generator. It used a 12-volt alternator. We had a dead 12-volt battery. Was we first measured was like 9 volts, and we had a 12-volt 3-amp motor, you know, to drive the thing. It was a motor generator. It should never work, you know. It should always pull the battery back down lower. But when Kipper was doing his measurements and that, hooking this thing up, he was dragging these wires out and then come back together again, and it was like a big bundle of wires there, you know. And oh, gee, this guy's the sloppiest wiring guy I've seen, because you only need to go that far, about that far. And so, you know, it was a waste. To me, it's a waste. But when he saw the thing going and it could just barely go, he gets in there and starts moving those wires apart. Then all of a sudden it snaps and starts taking off. Charged that battery in about 2 hours to 14 volts. And we put to keep it from blowing up, we put in an inverter and a 100-watt light bulb, and I was trying that thing to move faster. But the thing only worked for 3 weeks and it stopped working. Not from overheating, because it was very cold, until all of a sudden, on the 3rd week, something happened, and all of a sudden, everything got hot real fast, and then it died within about 10 minutes. So anyway, if anyone of you are interested in getting the plans for that, contact me, Steve at teslatech.info, and I'll send you the PDF, you know, of those plans, and you can try it yourself and see if you can do it. Very few people have ever been able to replicate it, you know. But just like I say, drop it off at Steve at teslatech.info, and I'll send you out those plans.
Awesome. Well, Steve, it sounds like you're kind of closing things up. Let me say thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping us to promote the APEC conference, and thank you for letting us crash the conference and do reporting on it for the last 2 years. And you know, and thank you for doing the service that you do for over 20 years now. I mean, you've been helping educate people. You've been helping to share Tesla's legacy. I guess it's not 20, it's like 30 years now, right?
It's about 40.
Yeah. So, I mean, what you're doing is amazing and absolutely amazing. So
Yeah.
I'll remove that. But Steve, thank you yet again. We put links to all of that. And, you know, again, in about a month, when we do another conference, I'd love to have you back and just share news updates with us about what your latest is, what's going on, and how things are going. And so what I'd like to do now, actually, I'm just going to go to solo feed and I will present my screen. And so Steve, let me thank you one more time, sir.
Well, thank you, and thanks for having me.
Okay, so in terms of media partners, Tesla Tech, again, has been awesome forever. So thank you so much. What I want to do now is I want to share the rest of our media partners. This list may grow and change over time. Again, this is on the Alt Propulsion website. This is in the media page. This is some of the media that we've done. Guys, this is your conference. This is your media, and this is your achievement. This article in Popular Mechanics, this was about APEC. This was when Roger Scheuer talked about the EM drive. And this is not the only time that this conference has been featured. NASA, DARPA, MIT scientists meet to discuss anti-gravity tech in futurism.com. Again, that was about this conference. And this is your conference. We are the open community voice for emerging propulsion. So Alien Scientist, you guys all know about his channel. I'll click through and then click back really quick. This is Mr. Jeremy Riss. Alien Scientist has 112,000 subscribers. They are all well-deserved and hard-earned. He has 437 videos. So my personal experience here with Jeremy was in the mid-2000s, when I was doing reporting at American Anti-Gravity on all sorts of emerging propulsion concepts. This guy came onto the scene on YouTube, and back then, it was still kind of this emerging platform. And he starts putting together these videos with some of the most difficult things that I had written about. He'd condense it into like this 2-minute video. And I'd watch the video and it would make sense and it would be brilliant and compelling. And he would just like go through this. And I would be like, oh my God, this is 20 pages of material. And he just condensed it down to like 2 minutes and it makes complete sense. So that person was Jeremy Riss, and he is still at it 15 something years later. Right. And so again, there's no surprise why he has 112,000 subscribers. So he is on youtube.com/alien scientist. I'm going to paste that into chat for you guys. Oh, you can't even see that screen, can you? Okay. It popped open in a new window. Let's do this. There, 112,000 subscribers, Alien Scientist. Okay. So I am really, really proud to have him as a media partner with us and help promote the conference, which he has been doing since the very beginning. Alien Scientist at YouTube. And I'll copy that link. I'm going to drop that into chat. Okay. So now I'm going to go back into my open tab. I'm going to have to paste these in because I think they open it into a tab. Crypto Alchemist. This is Mr. Bernie Conkin. Bernie has also been part of the APEC conference since the very beginning. Bernie has a large audience. He's got 8,000 subscribers. Bernie also works with and collaborates with a number of other people, and they are all basically getting the word out there about these emerging technologies. Bernie has had us on his channel many, many times. As you can see here, we've got tons and tons of videos there. You can see we did an APEC promo back in the day. He has kind of a mixture of art, science, technology, futurism, and he's got his own unique style, and people love it. People love what Bernie is doing. So Bernie, thank you so much. Again, Crypto Alchemist, let me paste this one in, and I will paste this into the public chat there. Okay. And I got a couple more to run through. These are, again, my favorites here. Professor Simon Holland. Okay. So I'm going to copy this link address. I'll paste this one in. So Simon Holland has been he's a former British film and television editor. He's actually helped make documentaries and movies and many other things like that. Simon has started covering the APEC conference. He is also heavy into covering the UAP story. And you can see how to photograph a UFO here, personal ideas about the David Grush object seen in orbit. I mean, he's got so many videos on that, lots and lots on UAP. But he also has, you can see he's talking about HARP here, ionospheric heaters, the steam engine. There's just tons and tons and tons of material. I did an interview with Simon on my channel a little while ago, and he is a brilliant individual. He's doing wonderful science. And again, it's no surprise that he has 100,000 subscribers, and he's done over 800 videos. In his videos, they are very well edited. Again, that is his professional background. So he has a lot of experience there. So I want to thank Simon for being a media partner. And again, please check out his site and subscribe. You will not be disappointed. I also want to talk about, let me see, Generation Z. Okay, so again, diehard APEC fans will remember Dave Zed, or Dave Rossi, I believe. He's got 31,000 subscribers. He has been focused on UAP, emerging propulsion. He's talked a lot about the PICE devices. He has talked a lot about breakthrough technologies. He also gets into, like apertures of consciousness, tuning forks, other esoteric phenomena. So if you are interested in a lot of these topics, his website his YouTube channel is a big one, and it is definitely worth subscribing to. So I want to get Generation Z here. I'm going to paste this into chat. He is wonderful, thoughtful, informative. He digs down into stories. He tries to understand the science and technology, and he tries to explain that. And that is not always easy to do. So Dave Zed, everybody, let's paste that one in. Okay. And we just spent a few minutes Tesla Tech. I will show you guys. Actually, this goes to Steve's channel. So again, we just went through Tesla Tech. If you want, mine is more in here as a placeholder than anything else, but I'll tell you what, I'll copy a link. Tim Ventura interviews. So I moderate APEC. After hours, I do one-on-one interviews. I do them with a lot of individuals like this. I've interviewed Steve in the past. I've interviewed Simon Holland. I've interviewed folks like Gary Stevenson, who spoke today, and Jack Sarfati, and many others. I don't have nearly as many subscribers as our media partners do, and that's okay. I'm not doing it for the ratings. What I'm doing is to try and showcase the people behind this. That's really what gets me excited about it, is what drives the people doing emerging science. So typically I'll take a topic and I will find subject matter experts who can speak effectively about it, and I'll just try and drill down. So I'll paste my link in here. Odds are you've already seen my channel. It's been a little quiet lately, but as especially as the UFO whistleblower story picks up, I suspect that I will be more engaged there. Lately, I have been focusing a lot more on getting the APEC conference up and running and perfected again. And I'll tell you what, guys, I am so overjoyed to get APEC working and up to speed. And we have amazing presenters, an amazing audience. And I want to thank everybody who's involved. I also want to give special thanks to Mark Sokol for helping today, for kicking butt with experiments. And Mark is actually the person who pushed us into StreamYard. This was something we were looking at. And Mark was the one who said, you know what, pull the trigger, go with StreamYard. I've used this. I love it. It works great. It's a little bit different. It's got its share of quirks, but I'll tell you what, there's this fluidity to using it that Zoom just doesn't have. That being said, from a media perspective, this might be a good time to point out that, let me go back in here. I want to go to our open mic session. Okay, so on the APEC website, I will just share this very quickly. This is our schedule. It's on the events tab. If you hunt around on our website, it's on one of the drop downs. You can see our upcoming events schedule. So we have an open mic coming up on June 24th. I will email everybody about that. You can also see our full annual event calendar. And this is something that you can add those events. So right now, I'm not going to click on this because I think it may pop open in a new window. This is a tool that we use called Add Event. It lets you basically view upcoming calendar events and add them to your own calendar, regardless of the type of calendar you use. It's a very slick tool. I have added all of the open mic through the end of the year, and I will be adding the July 8th APEC webinar very soon. We're still organizing that one and getting it together. But if you want to add these to your calendar, these are locked in. June 24th is the next one. And all of this is moving forward then. So let me stop sharing. Okay. And I think for today, that was it. So let's go to panel discussion. We'll open things up. And I have a couple of other folks that I will invite to our panel. So for the time being, we've got 4 people here. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. So guys, I guess this is open discussion and I will add some more in. So what topics do we have to cover, guys?
David Grush. And there was also the IVO launch that's coming up in 2 days. June 12th, we have our first anti-gravity style propulsion system being tested in space. That's a big one that hasn't been talked about yet. IVO, I think it's unlimited.com. We can pull up that website right now. Let me see the website.
Yeah, I think Dave Grush is the big story.
Did you hear about how Dave Grush tweeted that he wants to disavow himself very loudly of any relation or connection to Greer?
Yeah, I saw that. That was kind of funny.
Great. That was great.
It's so typical of our of this field that anyone who's at a big name, just Greer pounces on him and says, "Oh, I made that happen." But if I can, I would like to share a screen over here so we can talk about the. Let me see. Present. Share screen.
Okay, and I just invited Michael Boyd and Bernie. They were asking. Michael had asked if he could come in earlier. So if he receives this, we'll chit chat with him. Let me see. It looks like Bruce Cornett. Should we invite Bruce in?
Sure. Bring him on. So IVO Limited is the first company that I know of that is putting a satellite in space for the sole purpose of testing an alternative propulsion concept propulsion device. And it will be taking off on June 12th in 2 days, this Monday, with Transporter 8 mission from Vandenberg in California. And this is their website, some promos about what they can do. A lot of money got pumped into them recently. Rogue Systems is behind it. And they don't really talk a lot about what the technology is. But me and Tim have talked to them, and they did promise to get on with our next APEC conference and do a presentation as soon as they have more data on their device and see whether it works or not.
Yeah, it's interesting how all this is happening at once, isn't it? I mean, Dave Grush and you know what? We actually have Gary McKinnon here with us today. There's Gary's comment right there.
2 days from now, yep. It's in 2
I should
days.
ask. Let me see. I should ask Gary if he wants to hop on with us.
So this is their drive system. It looks like those things look like battery connections of sorts. Apparently only uses 1 watt of energy and it makes a couple millinewtons of thrust. Here you see the inventor alongside one of the investors. They have a lot of momentum behind them. One of the guys from one of the chief financial officers from Dr. Pepper got involved as well. And let's see what. Every time I check their website, something else is new there. Again, there's not much information on their website of exactly what their propulsion system works off of, but we can imagine that it's something that we've talked about on APEC, because we've talked about a lot of different things. But here is some people who are doing something with it, and I just want to see if anything comes of it. So,
Yeah. Well, so Mark, do you think we'll have news in like 2 days from these guys?
Probably in a week. 2 days is during the launch. I don't know how quickly they're going to be able to get any measurable results, but they're sending up a small satellite. It's a CubeSat, and the only purpose of the satellite is to change its orbit. So if it's able to change its orbit, it has no propulsion system on board other than this quantum drive, which has nothing shooting out the other side. If this actually works, it will change in orbit, and we'd know that this thing worked. And I see Michael Boyd just is joining us right now.
Oh, is Michael joining us? Yeah, this is open discussion time, so we're just inviting some folks in. We do have limits. We have limits in StreamYard about how many folks can be on at once. Oops, looks like Michael is still connecting, and that's why we have to be careful for this one. So the open mic is the old. That's the not old, but it's the other Zoom format, and it's more open. It's more flat, and it's moderated, right? But we're doing that one on June 24th. And that one is not subject focused. It's more just mellow, you know?
Yeah. And I already saw our good friend from our chat group. What was his name? Phil Bouchard plans to be there.
Yeah. So, with open mic,
and Phil is actually getting involved with actual experiment now. He has a signal generator and an ELF coil. And he has an experiment that will last about 12 years with a very, very low frequency. And I have no clue how he's going to be able to sit there and stare at it for 12 years. But I don't know.
Yeah. Well, so in terms of ELF stuff, the one that I'm most familiar with is Fran Diakino's device, right? And Steve Burns was one of the subject matter experts there. Jeremy, you might remember this from the old days, because Diakino was big in like 2000 to like 2005, I think. He kept making headlines then. And his thing was he was looking at a variety of frequencies down to, these were sub 1 hertz, right? So like 1/12 hertz, I think, something like that. It was like 1 hertz to 1/12 hertz or something. So, oops. It looks like Michael is still trying, but he's still having tech issues. And so with Diakino, one of the things that I saw in chat was they were talking about how to build antennas. If I remember right, they talked about using a heavy iron core for Diakinos, and it had something to do with finding the correct wavelength and finding the correct material for that ELF. And it turned out that basically what they were talking about was like kind of like an iron cannonball type thing. And then I think they were talking about a transmitter that was kind of buried in the middle of it. So.
Okay, this is another thing that's happening is in the National Press Club, Stephen Greer is going for a second one of his disclosure events. I think it's around $500 to see it in person. The price may have gone up if you want to actually sit there in the room. And it's going to be taking place in 2 days from now, around the exact same time as the launch of Transporter 8 with IVO's anti-gravity propulsion thing. So this is another big story that's happening. If you want to watch it live on media, I think he's charging $150 or something like that. But for all of us, who don't want to waste money on that, probably be able to watch it later for free, after the fact, and learn what it is that he is so interested in sharing with the world that we don't already know about. But it feels like there's momentum building towards a disclosure moment, and people are coming around to the fact that this is real. People are starting to pay attention, and the goal, I believe, is to slowly change people's mind rather than have them, have their entire fabric of reality change in an instant, because that can drive people nuts.
Isn't one of the really big things that is supposed to come out of this is he's supposed to drop like a 5 terabyte or some multi-terabyte drive with a bunch of stuff on it?
I hope
You mean Greer? Greer's talking about that?
Yeah, he's going to do a huge data drop at the same time that he does this. And I heard that like it was somebody else's repository that he's like, look what I collected. But he's going to drop it. And
watch it be our database. Nah.
Once he drops it, though,
you're that big.
Once he drops it, though, it'll be really interesting to see if anybody jumps on it and does the same thing that the Black Vault did, that we're doing, right? When you can take all that data,
next logical step,
right? And then if we can take all 3 of those and get all of the UFO data in the world and just keep collecting it into one single library.
That's what I want to do. I want to take all the Black Vault stuff, all of our database, and then all of Greer's database in this new thing, and we should make a website called like the Ultimate Black Vault and make it like charge people for searches or something, because it costs a lot of money to set all this AI infrastructure up with the Chat GPT software and the searches and stuff. It's not, the searches will no longer be free because of the massive amount of computing power that all that takes, and the size of that database, and what we're going to have to build to analyze and use that as a data body. But man, this is you got the right idea, man. And I've had this idea since I saw like the Black Vault go on Theory of Everything with Kurt, and I reached out to Kurt and I'm like, man, this is like the next thing. This is going to be huge. This needs to happen.
Yeah. Well, and so one of the things that I should mention is Dave Grush has actually come to APEC in the past, and he has said good things about it. And I'm excited. That's all I want to say about it right now. I would just say that I friend of a friend is friends with him, and says that he has been to APEC in the past and he knows about it, and he has said good things about it. And again, this is not, I mean, this isn't the Tim show. This isn't the Mark hour. This is all of us together. This is our community, and it has been since what, the 50s or more.
Another thing we have is, well, going back to the 50s now, going back 20 years even, a lot of these documents weren't digitized. Everything was done with paper. So the majority of the documents are all paper. And actually, my friend Michael Schratt has one of the largest archives of all the documents. It's way bigger than the amount of collection that the Black Vault has even. Michael has warehouses full of UFO documents going back, to the 50s and 40s. It would be an Alexandria type project to digitize all those documents, but we've been in conversation with him, and actually he's talking with Greer right now about a project to digitize and scan all those files and documents and put it on an archive or do something with it. We need to make it, obviously, that the amount of money and time that this is going to take, it won't be free at first. We'll have to pay for it, so future generations will have access to it, maybe. But we can definitely get something like that started, where we could have a massive UFO database and a scientific database and just regular government document database. So it would just be a massively searchable database. I think this is where the future is going with a lot of these things, and it's certainly.
Jeremy, you were with me when I gave when I gave him one of those SD cards with the whole database that we have, the Project Merkava database. So Schratt has that, and it's probably going to be added to the upload that Greer is going to be putting out. So more people will be having access to this information. But again, the information itself is useless without application.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and And I think that's what makes research efforts like this so valuable. But, you know, one of the things that's exciting to me is seeing all of this moving forward and seeing this community develop and evolve. I mean, honestly, you know, it's, I'm a little bit older than you guys, but when I got started, it was like digging through card catalogs in dusty libraries, looking for bits and pieces. And, you know, like I used to take like $5 of photocopier coins with me so that I could photocopy it and bring it home and stick it in a big box, you know? And so like when you think about Project Merkava, think about how much, you know, and I think it was Sean has done a lot of that, right? He's done a lot of that archiving of it. Think about how much of that data is in there. And this is stuff that all of us have like photocopied and then scanned and then has made it in there, right? So, you know, it's community history and it's the history of people's lives and their successes and their challenges. So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of good stuff on the horizon with this database and AI stuff. But again, yeah, I don't know how much of it's going to help us build a actual flying saucer in our lab. But yeah, totally. And I'm hoping that this whole David Grush thing, or Grush, whatever, however you pronounce it, I'm hoping that if this is, you know, all true and there's more whistleblowers involved with reverse engineering programs, I hope that those people come forward. And I've been making a lot of posts lately, you know, trying to capitalize on that or get people's interest. You know, like we have the community, we have the platform that is a perfect place for these people. I know if I was one of those people, I wouldn't trust the mainstream media with my story or going out, you know, to the mainstream media. But the community and the platform that we've set up here with APEC is absolutely perfect for disclosure. And this was part of my vision 5 years ago to create something like this, to have the platform available so that when the scientists and other people were all ready to come forward, hopefully emboldened by, you know, a David Grush type figure, you know, to kind of put this all out in the mainstream and say, hey, you know, like it's time, it's okay, everybody's doing it, you know, kind of idea. Get these people to come out and blow the whistle on this stuff because you know, humanity deserves to know the truth. And if we can get a cheat sheet on, you know, the technology we need to build flying saucers, that would be super helpful.
so you know, I guess what I've seen so far is my perception is the last whistleblower that was as big as Grush or comparable to Grush was Bob Lazar back in the 1980s. And in Lazar's case, you know, he did have an ID card and he had some credentials that he presented as being authentic that were rapidly questioned. He didn't have people to back him up. He didn't have a lot of those things. To my eyes, Dave Grush is probably 100 or 1,000 times more credible. I mean, he's actually done all of the jobs that he said. His resume is correct as he's presented it. He has the credentials. He has the experience. He's done all of those things. He actually contributed to helping write the whistleblower protection language that went into the law. And so, yeah, so whatever, saying that Corso was arguably a whistleblower too. Yeah, you know, with Corso, yes, and Corso was also validated as having worked there, right? So, you know, so yeah, I think that Dave Grush is, I think that this is a major milestone. You know, even if they come forward and say, oh, we can't verify this and that and the other thing, we have no idea what's going on. I think he's a major milestone. And I think that he could be the focus point that just drives so much anger and resentment about the lives that it may drive change. I mean,
I'm just hoping that whoever told him this or is the firsthand witness to all this stuff will come forward. That's what we really need right now. This is, you know, this isn't some kind of big psyop or gimmick. I'm always worried about that with the media and stuff. But, you know, the important thing is that I guess people are starting to take this a little more serious now and look into it. I've gotten a lot of new subscribers, a lot of new followers on Twitter in the last month, and especially since this stuff started happening in the news. it's really gotten a lot of popularity, and it's got people, that's what happened with me. I was just wanting to look up everything to do with, reverse engineering, alien technology and stuff. And, when people start looking, they're looking for that kind of information. Hopefully they find this channel, and we can save them a lot of time and frustration in their research. So.
Yeah, one of the things that I would suggest to folks, and this is something I'm trying to take my own advice on this, right? Is for the last year, I've been putting together these ideas on UAP, and one of those is, okay, these are von Neumann probes, they're machine intelligence, they're this, that, and the other thing, and I've never, because I've been wrong enough not to cling to these things as truth, but one of the things that I've had to do lately is start to kind of let those ideas go. What he is saying is closer to the traditional story, right? The gray men, the little beings, the 4 fingers, 6 fingers, whatever it is. If that's the case, a lot of the assumptions I've made over the last year are mistaken, and I'm happy to change those. I'm happy to drop them. But I guess the thing that I would suggest to other folks is this is a really great time to just keep an open mind and just stay flexible, because these stories are changing rapidly, and I'm speaking only for myself. I don't know what I think the truth is. I'm going to wait and see what he says tomorrow and see if I can kind of start to point myself the right direction. But maybe we can't. Maybe none of us can for a while.
I don't think I'll be using him as my compass at all, because it's like we have to rely on science at the end of the day to give us the real answers and to test these hypotheses. When these types of things can't give answers, because it's like, oh, well, someone I worked with said this. Yeah, maybe the stories aren't changing. Some stories are changing, but you have to always keep an open mind, because even if this guy Grush turns out to be, a total fraud, it doesn't mean that these programs don't exist or this isn't going on. There is a lack of evidence for this sort of thing, which we need to look for, but we can't hang the entire fate of disclosure on the validity of this one person's testimony.
That's a true. And if I could mention really quick, they've said, speaking of Arrow, people have asked about what happens with Arrow. Arrow has reported that even despite this Grush story, they continue getting reports. They haven't just stopped. They haven't just given up. They're doing what Congress told them to do, as much as it may pain them to do it, I guess. And I can understand. That's not a hot seat that you'd probably want to be in, But Mark, you were going to play the Las Vegas thing.
Yeah, it depends what your motive is, but his motive is not to come out and say aliens are real. His motive is to hide in a bunker and leave it to somebody else. So
they saw something fall in the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious.
Yeah.
I don't believe in it. What I saw right now, I do believe in it. Now, an 11 body camera video showing police following up on a call from this Las Vegas family saying they saw aliens in their backyard. On April 30th, people in California, Nevada, and Utah reported seeing a green flash streaking across the sky. As that officer mentioned, one of his partners even said they saw it. About 40 minutes later, this family called 911 saying there were 10-foot-tall beings with big eyes in their yard. Police aren't saying any more about this, only that the department has closed the case, calling it unfounded. Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content.
Okay. Yeah, and we should probably keep the volume off as much as we can, because I'm not splitting these up into segments, and so if we get copyright strikes, it'll affect the whole thing. But yeah, and so I think, Mark, you probably saw this. I think everybody's seen it. They actually caught the fireball on the police body cam, right?
Yeah, whatever it was, they caught it, and then there's a circle in the backyard, indentation. Their backyard is pretty large, actually. It's more of they have trucks there that they're repairing, so it's more, in Vegas they have lots of space. And apparently they landed there in their ship or whatever, and there was these 10-foot beings. And the kid who was talking about it, he's actually more like a teenager. He started a YouTube channel and posted a video just to document what he saw and what he heard. There was a video that shows the alien, but like far in the background. And people have edited that to zoom in a bit, but you can't really see much. It's more just their word and the physical evidence that's on the ground. And yeah, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and I just read, actually, I don't know if this is true or not, but I just read that indentation, somebody looked on Google Maps and it appears that indentation has been there for a long time. So if that's the case, it's just his word, but you know, that could be mistaken. I mean, the
Or it
downside
could
of
be
the
a
internet.
new image. Who knows?
Yeah. It's hard to tell.
Somebody on the Reddits ended up analyzing one of the body cam footages or cell phone footages. And yeah, you can see right behind a fence as they're walking by this fence, you can see like a shadow of a head way above the fence, and behind it you can see like something moving behind the fence with like fingers, and the whole thing looks really weird. I was super skeptical until I saw that video, and then you see this weird like shadow of a head like just appear and then kind of disappear at the same time that you're seeing like the legs moving underneath between the fence posts. There's something going on with this whole thing.
And might be pixels or artifacts too, man. So I again, all we can rely on is the scientific intelligence and actionable intelligence to move forward, because even if that is aliens landing in someone's backyard, until we can figure out how their craft flies and the science involved, then it's all open for debunking by the McWests out there, and to say, oh no, it didn't happen, I can't believe it.
Yeah. Well, so one of the things that I should mention, guys, is in terms of APEC, we've almost doubled the size of our mailing list over the last month. You know, we have thousands of people registered, and not everybody shows up all at once. That's just not how our community works. But I do want to invite everybody to APEC Open Mic, and that's June 24th, right? And we're going to send out links to that. If you go to our website, you know, you can view that in the calendar, and I'll do a little bit of work there to make those links easier to get to as well. So, you know, the open mic is the classic open discussion that we did in the past. And so everybody is welcome. So it looks like we've got about 15 minutes before 5. We didn't really have any timeline for this discussion. Do you guys want to wrap up the conference for today, or do you have anything more to talk about?
I'm good. Yeah, I think we covered the main topics of what has happened. A lot of things are happening in terms of UFO disclosure. And this IVO launch is pretty big, so we're going to be watching that.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot to follow up on. Well,
can I get just one last thing here?
Yeah, go for it, Jared.
David Perez's thing, like I'm still, my jaw is still just dropped from that he was getting 4 or 5 newtons with 1500 watts, and that we got that on camera, and that we get to see the inner workings of that, to be able to see electromagnetic propellantless propulsion in action at such low power levels. I mean, that's like this whole conference's entire existence, you know, right?
I felt like we should have had a longer Q&A for that, because that was really that was the meat and potatoes of this entire conference today. That was the best presentation for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited. You know what? I love the warp reactor, though. I think that especially because it's fusion energy generation, right? And that's something that's incredibly important for, you know, space-based power. You know, and what Gary is doing is also incredibly valuable, because he's helping to document this UAP legacy. So. Okay, well, guys, why don't we close things down for today then? I think, Mark, I think you had that there. Enjoy your weekend. You know, I think that is enjoy your weekend, my friends. Bright days ahead. I think we could probably end this end this conference on that note, because you know what? Tomorrow, no matter what happens, we'll at least know more. And I think the next couple of weeks are going to be anything but normal. We'll end things like that. Guys, it has been a pleasure and an honor, and I am so pleased to get APEC up and running again. So hope to see everybody on June 24th.
Yes, bright days ahead indeed. Let's no matter what happens tomorrow, again, you just remember that people like Corso and others have talked about this for years. And, you know, we've talked to scientists too and other whistleblowers, other people about all the research that's gone on into, you know, metamaterials, quasi-crystals, photonic circuits, quantum entanglement technologies, quantum computers, all that kind of stuff. There's more going on behind the scenes than is going on in front of the scenes. Always just remember that. And yes, stay positive and keep the hope alive. Are we going to open this up to?
No, I think we should probably just wrap things up for today.
Wrap
I think close it up on a high note. So, guys, it has been a wonderful day. Thank you, everyone else. And June 10th, 2023, APEC over and out. Okay.